tunnel on this end. Now I've got an issue in this elbow, and I'm wondering if I ought to go back to you or to the fellow that did the carpal tunnel. Kind of suggested it could be this side.
It's on the side of the elbow. It's probably more likely. Going.
Got the high sign from the media booth. Welcome to the study session for Monday, September 13th, 2021. We're going to be discussing a wide range of topics today, from ball fields and bathrooms to staffing up our custodial staff. So with that, I will turn it over to either Mr. Cotton or Mr. Scragg, whoever's going to lead us off on this.
I'll try a little bit of an introduction and turn it over to the Parks Department. But as you mentioned, Mayor, we have two topics. One's more baseball oriented. The other is restrooms throughout the park system. So baseball is first on the list, and we'll get through that topic, see how that we do in terms of time, and see if that leaves us enough time for bathrooms. As you well know, we've been having a conversation for quite some time about our finances in general and our ability to try to come up with a $4 million funding source for baseball improvements. Initially, the thinking was that that'd be solely transient guest tax related. And that was pre-COVID, and the timing was such that when COVID hit, that caused us to pause. Coming back now, we have taken the necessary steps to authorize an increase in transient guest tax. It doesn't fully fund the $4 million, but we've talked about fund balances and other finances to kind of salvage that $4 million goal, and we think we've found a way to do that. So in light of those recent conversations and directions, Parks Department has put together a kind of a prioritization of projects in Bill Burke and Berkeley family recreation areas as it relates to baseball and softball. So with that, I'll turn it over to, I believe, Jeff Hammond, Deputy Parks Director, is going to be making the presentation.
Welcome, Jeff.
Hello, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Jeff Hammond, Deputy Parks and Recreation Director. With us today are also Chris Cotton, Director of Recreation, Parks and Recreation, Troy Reinert, our Facilities Superintendent, and Travis Shaley, who disappeared, but he will be joining us, and he'll be talking about the bulk of the Bill Burke presentation as far as the amenities in that park. Today we have ball fields and bathrooms presentation. There he is. The picture, the front page picture, is actually from a recent tournament this summer using a drone camera from our SACE tournament. And going through some of these, not quickly, but I wanted to make sure we get to the meat and potatoes. These were the items from the Parks and Recreation Master Plan that were from the priority listing. And as you can see, the third page is an older graphic of Bill Burke Park, but it best represented the field numbers, some of the existing locations. There have been some modifications to Bill Burke Park. One is we did add parking to the north section of the park. There's also a new storage building where is that pitching mounds? Batting cages were, yes. So we do have a few modifications, but just to give you a good idea of what Bill Burke has. The next two pages are Bill Burke information from the master plan directly.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Jeff. I just had a really quick question.
Sure.
What purpose do the multi-purpose fields serve at this point, or do they serve any purpose? They're just there? I'm sorry. I'd seen all those labeled and I was like, I didn't know if they were actually in use for anything.
Right. I think it was 2 years ago, we moved soccer out to the soccer complex.
right.
And then, so those multi-use fields are used for training. I've seen a lot of flag football or football teams there as well.
All right. So practice fields, thanks.
Pages 102 and 103 of the master plan are represented in the next two slides. And you can see directly from this slide that's presented before you on the screen is the items that directly correlated to the priority matrix of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So why initially focus on Bill Burke Park? Bill Burke Park is a focal point of baseball, softball for recreation and competitive uses for the city of Salina. Estimated over 400,000 people utilize Bill Burke annually. Travis will be speaking a little more directly about Bill Burke as far as games played, the number of people that come to Bill Burke, but very important to the Parks and Recreation program. Next slide would be the Berkeley Family Recreation Area and the items on the Parks and Rec Master Plan that were identified in the priority matrix of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And the next slide is the proposal from Salina Baseball Enterprises. The phase 1, 2, and 3 items that they've identified that they wanted to accomplish. There is quite a bit of overlap with Parks and Recreation and some of the intentions of us and for Salina Baseball Enterprises. And next slide is from the strategic planning session that you were presented these a high priority, medium priority, low priority, that's where we tried to integrate our main objectives, whether it be from the Parks and Recreation Master Plan or from the Salina Baseball Enterprises Plan. This slide intentionally is the high things that are identified as a high priority. As you can see, would be restrooms, concession area, concession buildings, miscellaneous improvement and repairs, and turfing fields. We've included on the left, whether it be from what source, you can see there is some overlap, and where in the master plan that it shows that would be located at. And then on to the medium priorities that you were shown on May 5th, and the low priorities that you were shown on May 5th. The next slide is the identified funding sources for the Bill Burke project or for baseball project. Cash funds that would be from the American Rescue Plan and $1.5 million, and transient guest tax that would be debt financed at $2.5 million to equal $4 million. Next up would be Travis Shaley to kind of go into the nuts and bolts of how we want to spend that $4 million.
Thanks, Jeff. Again, Travis Shaley, Recreation Superintendent for the Salina Parks and Recreation. Started at the drawing board of items identified by a commission as high, medium, and low. And so we got, and that'll just give us a scope of work and start narrowing in on a cost as well. So we started in item by item that really pertain to baseball and softball. And as you can see, we started Bill Burke Park, and the main topic there was the restrooms. And this column right here, we do have kind of an initial cost or guesstimate, and that was back in 2018, I believe, when the discussion started occurring. And then we kind of give more detail within those items in this column, and then an updated cost of each item that we've received estimates on from vendors that we've worked with. So just kind of give you a layout of how everything's laid out there. But concessions and restrooms, renovate the south restroom. That's down by fields 1, 2, and 3. Kind of give you a visual there. Renovate that and install a new north restroom. That's down by fields 7 and 8. If people kind of visit the park frequently, we do have some restrooms there that are porta potties or temporary that we do have down there during the height of the season, but we do not have any permanent structures down there. So we did include a price in that, in the north restroom. Install new central restrooms. That's between fields 4, 5, and 6. That would be a new facility. And this would enable for the next item there of renovate existing concessions. That would allow more space and that the concession just areas need at those existing restrooms when you pull into the middle of the park there. So I just wanted to explain that. But we do have some updated prices on those. And we moved to Billbrook Park improvements and repairs. This one, as I started walking the facility in each field, and it encompasses a lot. It really does. So I just wanted to point out a few items that replacing or repairing dugouts. Our dugouts are in rough shape after walking. Not only every time it rains, we have to get the field playable, but we have to get the dugout repairable or playable as well. We have to pump a lot of water out of there. They've sunk over time, so they do hold a lot of water. So I did include, and they're estimated at 15,000 a dugout. So I included that price. The next one is a big one as well, and that's replacing side fencing, backstops, posts, gates that are in rough shape. A lot of it has to do with the curling. We have a lot of damaged fencing that's curled over the years and received some injuries. So it's a safety issue as well. And I just wanted to back up and make sure everybody knew that over the years, we have replaced a lot of our home run fencing out there. And we've done that in order to reduce a lot of staff time. Here's why. Say if we host some high-ended tournaments and high-ended play. Over the years, we've come out there with portable fencing. Well, that takes staff time and it gets damaged and we have to set it out. We have to pick it up. So we brought some of those fencing in over the years, maybe at 215, 225. Billbrook number 3 is a prime example. Kansas Westland utilizes that field. So we brought it into 225. 4 and 6, we brought it into 215 just to accommodate some of those higher level play, Acacia state tournaments, 12 and under baseball, all those levels that we do host at Billbrook Park. So we've done those over the years, but we have not replaced the side fencing or the backstops or the posts. So that's what that number includes. And it's to do it at a black vinyl coated, because that's what we did our home run fencing. Imagine the black vinyl with, I think there should be some yellow capping in there, and just kind of picture that look with the black vinyl and the yellow coating. It's sturdier and it presents a nice look to it. Probably the other items to note in this is the seating. It does, we have some seating that needs to be repaired or replaced. It does not include any new seating. Sidewalks, we do have some sidewalks that need repaired. We just do. And so we put our closest figure to that. Installing more trees. As you are aware, we do have a project between 1, 2, and 3. If anybody drives by Billbrook after it rains, you'll see water. You'll just see water standing. And that project is slated for this fall. And that project will take that water and remove it and send it to the river. Unfortunately, with that project, we're losing a lot of trees. So I had to put a dollar figure with some trees and replacing some of those and replacing some that's perished throughout the park. The next major item that we moved to, and it's identified in master plan at pages 247 through 248 and Salina Baseball Enterprises phase 1. And that was putting infield turf on the fields. And I wanted to point something out here. And if you look closely, the Salina Baseball Enterprise Plan included just fields 3 through 6. We are including all infields 1 through 8. And here's why. If you can go to 2 slides. This one right here. As you can see, I went back and calculated all the games played at Bill Burke Park. And this column here is ours as Salina Parks and Recreation League games. Here's the tournament games. Had to go through a lot of brackets on that one, by the way, but did some addition and came up with tournament games, and then calculate the high school and college games played on each field. As you can see, Salina Baseball Enterprises was interested in 3 through 6 because of the high traffic. But if you can see, we have high traffic on 1 through 8, all of them as well. That's why we included all 8 fields in fields. You can back up, Jacob. There we go. Roughly $175,000 a field for a youth size infield to turf. With turf, you need maintenance equipment. You just do. What we're learning up at Dean Evans is to protect the asset, you have to properly maintenance it, doing a good job of that. But we need that maintenance equipment in order to maintenance the infields. The next line is infield turf or on-field turf. Yes,
I just
it-
jotted that down.
there you go. It would be, it's a groomer. Kenny, I don't know how else to describe it. Groomer.
You might explain the pellets aspect of it first.
Sure. The infield turf does have the small granules or pellets, as he's referring to. It's basically a grounded up tire. So it does stand on the top of that surface. So you'll see a little bit of green, and right below it, you have probably over an inch, 1.75 inches of the pellets. It protects your carpet in your home per se, so those spikes don't get down there and rip it. So you do have a buffer in there, and it's for impact, those type of things. So you'll see a little bit of green, which makes it nice and pretty. But there's a lot of granules in that surface. You need a groomer to clean it, to properly maintenance it, bring that granules back up to the surface to protect the turf or the asset. What we learned as well is to pull those groomers is you need a good piece of equipment because it's a lot of force. So a mule or a Kubota is what you're saying. So
Another quick question I had was
sure.
on the bathrooms. So renovating the south restroom, are the north restrooms and the central restrooms, it looks like maybe that central restroom would be the biggest of the 3 going forward.
I believe so. I think Troy is speaking to restrooms specifically
Okay.
in that later on in the presentation. He's your restroom guy, not me. But the turf field equipment itself, we had to put a dollar figure to that because the beauty, what we do is we multi-use fields. We just do. We have to. We can play an 8 and under softball game on one field one night, and we're playing 12 and under baseball on it the next night. What do we need for that? Portable mounds. What we're learning too is the turf kind of requires a special base, or pitching rubbers is what we're learning up at Dean Evans. So that number encompasses that. Next slide. That kind of finishes out the high priority items. Then we moved on to the medium priority items identified by you. The first one on there was lighting, Bill Burke number 2. And that was identified in Parks Master Plan 165.
Yeah, thank you. If you could give us the dollar amounts in that final column, because they didn't print super well
Oh,
on our copy, the yellow figures.
um,
Right.
should be right there, right?
Yeah, like there's 1, 2, 3, and then the bottom number. It's just not legible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
The top line is 182.4 for the lights. And then the next 2 lines are 57,525.
I see what you're saying. It's hard to read.
And then the grand total.
And the grand total is 899,550.
Back to Bill Burke, lights number 2. Again, a medium priority identified by yourself as governing body. And what that would encompass or allow us to do would be to run at least one more game per night during our league season. So if you do the quick math, that enables us to program 35 to 40 more games during that season that we run league. So that's definitely a big asset for us. It'll also allow more tournament slots to be scheduled. More tournament slots equals more teams on the weekends. And it also, on a side note, gives us that status of we have 8 Bill Burke fields and they're all lit. And instead of right now, we have 8 fields and 7 of them are lit. This is our kind of our focal point where we head to Berkeley Family Recreational Area. And that one's a hard one to say for me still, by the way. I'm used to East Crawford, but we're calling it Burfra. So, but this is the point where we do transition up to the hill. And again, we do focus on the restrooms, and that's restrooms 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4. And we do have a price tag of those units to upgrade. Moving to miscellaneous upgrades, and in there it was identified 2 through 5. I believe Salina Baseball Enterprises were referring to our 1 through 4. So we included those 1 through 4, and again that encompassed quite a bit, just kind of like Bill Burke did. But turfing in the infields 3 and 4, and Jacob, if you can go to 2 slides ahead again, please. Much like Bill Burke created a chart here for Berkeley Family Recreational Area, and right here it goes through 1 through 4, and predominantly what we utilize those fields for. Again, the number of games we as Salina Parks and Recreation program, the number of tournament games that were played on those facilities, and then high school and private. Broke it out for Dean Evans, Matson, Wilbur, Towerfield as well. But as you can see, there's quite a bit of interest here on 3 and 4. Here's why. It's not the heyday like it was, but adult softball, we still program it. We still have teams. We utilize those 2 fields for 13 and 14-year-old baseball as well. Here's why. The infields at Bill Burke are not big enough. The base paths are longer for 13 and 14 and adult softball. So we need a bigger infield per se to host those, and a home run fence. That's why we have that separation from Bill Burke up to Berkeley Family, just a bigger field. You can go back 2 slides. So turfing those infields at 3 and 4, again, they're bigger. So they're estimated at $225,000 an infield. Believe it or not, I've been here 15 years now. One of the first projects I did was replacing scoreboards at then East Crawford Recreational Area. They've been used. They're worn. So I've included replacing the scoreboards 1 through 4 in there as well. Much like Bill Burke, the backstops, the fencing, the posts, stuff like items like that do need replaced. Some of our backstops are in really bad shape. They're leaning. The fences are curling. So I did put a price tag to that, along with a few miscellaneous items. Here's where we felt we needed to mention to commission of 2 major items. And the first one is drainage up at Berkeley Family. We incur it every day. I cringe every time it rains, every time. It could be 1/10 of an inch, or it could be 2 inches. We are doing structural items up there every time it rains. And we spend a lot of time and resources doing that. So we felt this was a good time to intervene and let you know about that issue, and that's installing a drainage system. We're still in process with this. I believe in the 2022, there's $80,000 allocated towards such a project. After visiting with planning, we do have an updated cost of $131,000. And another item to mention, that the drainage takes care of the outside of the field. We need to address the playing surface as well as a whole, as a one. So there's a lot of lips up there, a lot of hazards, and that includes moving in dirt or extending irrigation, sod, seed, whatever it takes to get the inside playing surface to match the drainage as well.
Commissioners, I think we covered this in strategic planning, but just as a reminder for you and anyone that might be listening at home, I can't explain it, neither can staff, but the former runway concrete is crowned, and half of that breaks to the east towards those ball fields, and all those ball fields are butted right up to edge of concrete. There is no separation. There's no currently little to no provision to stop all that runoff, acres of runoff off of that concrete onto those ball fields. And so that's the challenge that staff faces as it runs down the baseline and out the other side of the field. It takes the chat and the dirt with it, and just has to be rebuilt after every rain.
And that's something that we think can be done for $130,000. That seems like a pretty robust project.
That is an in-house solution that we have put our thinking caps on and tried to come up with a curbing and drainage solution. I'm impressed with staff's effort and their creativity, and we think we can make that work.
So with that item included, that's why I put this in yellow, yellow, let's put the brakes on here, because when you're including project contingency of 5%, this right here is where we meet our $4 million threshold. So anything that's included, what I discussed so far above, is included in that 4 million. Anything below would be identified, but not funded. Again, we kind of discussed Billburg games. We mentioned the East Crawford. There we go. At this point, just wanted to give you a visual of our current bathrooms, what we do have, the status of them. And then Troy will be speaking to this here in a minute. And then the next slide kind of gives you a visual of our future CXT units located in the facilities, what they would look like. Slide. So at this point in time, we have another identified item by staff, and that's the replacing Dean Evans lights. Salina Baseball Enterprises did have an initial cost of $200,000. We did do some further research and to add LED and 2 more poles and get that lighting up to the high school / college level lighting. We have an updated price tag of $357,000. We do move back to the medium priority list where we kind of left off. Remember, we kind of left off at fields 1 through 4 there. And there's some other items that we identified of lighting, turfing fields. We went to Wilbur and turfing fields, adding lighting there. James Matson Field, on the field items itself. So just the field of turfing, lighting, improving dugouts, started listing some price tags there. And then Matson Fields, your amenities, as you would say, the things that are surround Matson Field. We did get some updating pricing on those to covered batting cages and storage and other items that were mentioned in the medium priority list.
Jacob, could you give us the figures that are here in yellow again, if you've got them?
The first one there is 990,000. And then the second number is 1,265,000.
Okay.
The third number is 2,255,000. Going down, we have 1,340,000. Then 320,505. 33,000. 163,000. And the total is 5,011,855.
Thank you very much.
And moving on to the next page, which is low priority list identified by the governing body. And it does, again, give some updated pricing for some of these items. I didn't get to all of them, but definitely wanted to mention them as they are identified. This kind of concludes my end, but I'd be glad to answer any questions for you guys before I hand the mic over to Troy. Talk about bathrooms.
Good presentation, thank you. Is there a cost being set aside each year for eventual field replacement, infield turf?
Yeah, our thinking is if we have this funding source and we sync it up with the life of the field, then the funding, the transient guest tax funding would be paid off and be available for that next round. So basically, we're gonna debt finance using transient guest tax revenue, sync it up with the life of that turf so that we pay off the debt when it's time to replace the turf, and that revenue is available for the next round.
For both sets of fields then? I mean, Berkeley family and Bill Burke. Go ahead.
I think that you'd given us this information in the past, Mr. Cotton may have. Since we do have private user groups using the fields, what kind of income does that generate for us? I want to say it was something like $30,000 or $37,000 a year. It wasn't, at least that's what I'm remembering, but I don't know if that's correct.
Just depends what you're talking about. I do have some economic impact numbers associated with tournaments. Is that what you're referring to? Or?
I'm just looking at what the income that, because like some of these upgrades that we're talking about, like I'm assuming that high school lighting is like different from college level lighting, et cetera, et cetera. And so I guess what I'm looking at is, like what are some of our partners putting into the project? I mean, I'm delighted that Kansas Wesleyan wants to play on the field. And so I don't know if they've made contributions through, baseball enterprises, or if that's something that that they're willing to take a look at. But I'm just trying to sync up, what's going into our pot, so to speak, in terms of, their investment for the upgrades that we need to make for them to be able to use it.
Towards these, besides Salina, I can't speak to Salina Baseball Enterprise, but they have user fees that we do charge them for practices, games.
Okay.
If they use lights, we have a fee associated with that. But as far as on the back end, I'm not aware of that with this.
Right. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for inappropriately for Salina Baseball Enterprises either, but Kansas Wesleyan was a contributor to the fundraising effort that Salina Baseball Enterprises did. And as I'm sure you recall, it started out as kind of a matching $4 million apiece, and then it fragmented when COVID hit and we weren't able to commit to our $4 million in the timing. So that the Salina Baseball Enterprises funds got targeted towards Dean Evans and softball improvements at South High. And one of the things that came out of that agreement with the city was a provision that we would look at fees to try to do some cost recovery more directed at Dean Evans than Bill Burke or any other location. So one of the things that needs to happen is we need to be looking at our fees on an annual basis compared to revenue and expenses. And that may cause, I think there was an acknowledgement at the outset that may result in significant changes in fees to cover costs.
And I think sometimes we've got so many moving parts in terms of having baseball enterprises. We have the city, we have different schools, we have our parks master plan, and trying to synthesize all of that information into one place. just speaking for myself, and if it wouldn't be helpful for the rest of the governing body, I mean, by all means, speak up, because I don't know if it would be a labor intensive exercise, but I think if there were any way that we could have some kind of a spreadsheet that, like you started here with the prioritization in the parks master plan, items that are going to be knocked off by baseball enterprises, proposed baseball enterprises actual, what, and then, just kind of continuing it on down. The city's response, what the city proposes to do, so we can kind of truly have in one place all of the items that we're being able to satisfy on the Parks and Rec master plan, and that we've identified, because I'll be the first to admit, I get kind of confused when we're going back and forth between
I understand.
Berkeley Family Recreation Area, Bill Burke, lighting here, infield turfs there. And that's something that I would find helpful, but the other members may have a better handle on it than I do. So I don't know
If it's helpful, we can certainly do the proposed versus actual. I think this listing is all inclusive of the park master plan items, so I don't want to cause any false expectation that there's another round of improvements. What we've listed in that cut line
Right.
is basically all that's on the table anymore.
Right.
This was originally a 4 million private, 4 million city project. Is Baseball Enterprises still involved? Have they spent their 4 million?
Again, I don't want to speak too much for Baseball Enterprises, but we did have a kind of a wrap-up conversation. And so my understanding is they're submitted for a building permit and are having to do some value engineering on restroom improvements at Dean Evans. So that's still underway. But essentially their 4 million is either spent or spoken for as it relates to the Dean Evans improvements, and then the improvements to the softball fields at South High.
So with that being said, how the South High fields, that takes the place of what? Because that's a significant cost wasn't part of the original master plan.
I think Travis may be a better one to speak to that. The question is, if South High fields take the place of for softball programming, what does that take the place of in our facilities?
If I understand you correctly, I think I can't speak for Chris Upson and what his plans are, but verbally he told me that they are including or doing costs with bleachers, lighting, restrooms, that type of thing too.
The question is, there's 2 fields at South High. If they wouldn't have done the South High, those diamonds would have been done. Would that be fields 3 and 4 at Berkeley Family?
I do know Salina Baseball had 3 and 4 included with phase 1 of their project. And then when, as Mike mentioned, COVID hit, that focus turned taking that to South High. Does that answer your question?
Take away Wesleyan, South, and Central softball using our diamonds now? Does that move them over? To
Oh,
South
I see
High?
where you're getting at now. No. So for with 2 fields, what I experienced this spring, say if South was practicing over on the turf fields at South High, that means that Central still utilizes 4 and 5 for their practices at Bill Burke. Kansas Westland, the same. When those 2 fields are being used at South High, Kansas Westland is either playing or practicing over at Bill Burke. Sacred Heart, nothing's really changed for them on Diamond 6. And then sometimes they use Diamond 7 as it depends on their numbers as far as varsity and JV, that they still utilize 6 and 7. Does that help you?
Yeah, a little bit, because that kind of took 2 diamonds out of what the overall project was and moved it to South High. That was never part of the project initially.
Mm-hmm.
I guess as I look at the plan, and I've made my thoughts known. I really think to be competitive and to do some of the things we want to do, I really think fields 4 and 6 should be fully turfed. I really believe, even if that means you don't turf up at Berkeley for now, maybe that's what happens, or you don't do fields 1 and 8 or something. To me, if you're going to have a premier facility, and have tournaments, you need to have 2 premier fields for championship games, for Kansas High School Athletic Association, those type of things.
Hmm.
That's my thought from being involved with ball for 14 years.
Okay.
That's-
I do have,
Speaking to
Oh.
like some of the confusion that I have in terms of,
Yeah.
okay, so those softball fields went out to south. So what is that? You know, I just don't feel like I have a handle on it, and you raise good points.
Yeah, and I do have a concern, and I've asked and never seen. We say we charge users fees for like the field house, and we charge user fees because when you have turf, it's going to get, we know it's going to wear out. I've never seen a chart of what we charge, and if we do, are those dollars being put into a fund separately? I don't want them commingled with anything. I want them there for when we need it. And I really don't feel like I've ever gotten a good answer that that's really happening. Because when it comes time to replace, oh yeah, we've collected
Right.
all these fees from Sacred Heart, South Wesleyan, but
with the exception of the Dean Evans provisions, that has not been occurring. It's been the fee structure. Well, Parks and Rec has authority to adopt fees, I think, independent from the comprehensive fee schedule based on their fee policy document. So they set them, but they go into operational expenses to offset annual staffing, not set aside to save for a rainy day, essentially. The fee structure is not large enough to cover both of those expenses. We essentially subsidize the operation.
and I guess a question of where you've come up with this plan, has this gone through the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee? Has it gone through Baseball Enterprises, different tournament directors?
no, this is the first that we've presented it to you.
I would think that would be a good place to go. And like I said, get the merits on doing some fully turf fields. Any discussion? I know some places have press boxes. I noticed there's some information in here about scores tables and stuff.
Yes, so a lot of decisions were made based on cost, obviously. Like what you're referring to is fully turf in a field would add 325,000.
How much?
325,000 additional to the 175. So you're talking 500,000 a field. And then you include the, you get your premier seating, had some, I think it was like 50 some thousand there. I know Chris Upson was working on that as well through South High. And then when you get into your press boxes and those type of items, it does add a significant cost being that premier labeled facility.
And then one other thing, and I'll let somebody else talk. Bill Burke has always had issues with collecting gate, traffic flow. Does this address any of that at all?
It does not. I know that's been an issue, and then the cars come in and as you're turning right, that's been a pretty popular spot of collecting such gate that you're mentioning. A lot of tournaments have veered towards collecting the gate on the front side, so they don't have to deal with the cash flow, especially with COVID too, dealing with money, that they've just, hey, it's so much for your tournament fee, and then there's $100 gate fee. I see some tournament directors in the audience here. They can maybe speak more to that.
So they built that into their fee to play in the tournament.
That is correct, but we still have a handful that do collect a gate at the opening of Bill Burke.
And over the years, we have, as staff, brainstormed traffic flow, parking, and gate control. And if you recall, the striping and traffic configuration was changed, and that helped traffic flow. As Travis mentioned, we added some parking spaces, but we've not solved the traffic flow gate collection beyond that. There has been some conversation about going under Crawford and into kind of the floodplain on the south side of the road and being able to come back up on Crawford. But the cost of the extent of that that route, I doubt many people actually go to that trouble, and the cost of that would be prohibitive. Then you've got the
Yeah.
levee on the west side, which there is an emergency exit over that, but it's limited from core regulations, and it just dumps out into a residential neighborhood. So as just an open access entrance point, that's not really an option either.
Commissioners, anything else from me?
I saw that shade structures or something like that was kind of an identified but unfunded piece of this. And if you're looking at this being a premier sort of facility to attract more tournaments and enhance what we have here in Salina, we're going to have very little in terms of tree shade after the project's complete. And I have always thought Bill Burke was a pretty tough facility relative to Great Bend or other ball facilities that have shade structures sitting over all of the bleachers and stuff. And I don't know, I mean, in terms of attracting families and teams that want to come back, is that, I don't know if that's a major component or not. It is as a parent, but
It is. We do have shade available at every field, but it's not a lot. If you remember, they're right behind the backstop, and then we do have some trees. A lot of the tournaments that I see, they bring their portable tents and they sit along the side, just kind of set up their own little camp there. I can note that. But again, that was one of the items. Sure, we would like to have it, but it comes with a cost as well.
and I assume all the trees at Bill Burke are well past being able to actually spade them,
Mhm.
but I don't know if any of them that are actually going to be taken out. It's just random thought I had. I don't know if any of them are of a size that could be spaded and moved over to another spot. So we have a substantial tree growing instead of a 6-foot tree that we're putting in, or
That takes time for it to mature.
yeah. But anyway, just a thought.
And I guess I did have one more question. Obviously, there's still some discussion to be had here and try to come up with a final plan, but do we have any idea if we made a decision when construction could start and when we'd actually have fields that would be available to be played on?
We haven't.
I think Chris Cotton may be better able to speak to that. He's had some conversation with vendors in terms of how they would approach it.
Well, as we'll be discussing at after 4 o'clock, I'm working on a grant for some of these. The timeline that I have in there for putting out RFPs will be in December, with bids coming in January, and then work starting soon after that on some of this. Now, the turf fields, they'll do some work obviously in the winter, but once spring starts, they'll have to tailor it back to one field at a time so we don't disrupt Travis's entire spring schedule. However, I want to be clear that I can't actually start any work out there until the grant is approved. If we do let me rephrase that. I can start the work, but we won't get any money back reimbursed if we do. So
what you're saying is and again, I had that 7.2 pulled out here that you're applying for that grant. So you're saying we can't use our own money and start work at Bill Burke until the grant would be approved?
if we want to get reimbursed, yes, sir. That is, now I am checking to see if I can get RFPs out on the street early so we can start getting some of this information together. But if we start work before it's approved, then we will not get reimbursed.
And the likely approval date, or at least when they'll announce their approved applications?
The federal budget starts October 1st, and they've put in their guidelines, it could take up to 2 months for us to get notified.
And it could be all or none.
It could be all or
Somewhere
none.
in between,
Yes, sir.
which would allow us to do some of these other things. If
Yeah,
we
so
could get that.
part of the conversation we've been having is if we can get confirmation that it's acceptable to distribute RFPs, we could do that while we're anticipating an award. Although there are instances where state grant programs set a date and then they keep setting it back and setting it back. But we could try to balance all that. Chris touched on it. A vendor has indicated they could do it field by field, but I think there's probably efficiencies to be gained to just letting them have full access to the facility, and that may impact bidders' interest or pricing. So
And-
we may conclude that it's best off to finish the season and then let them
And
start this
for,
work.
for those from the public that are listening, I hope they understand these are fairly substantial dollars we're talking about. But I want to make it clear that the cash amount of the $1.5 million is coming out of some American Recovery Plan money we had. So that's not taking tax dollars. And then we're also, we passed the increased transient guest tax. So we're hoping to be able to service the 2.5 million without actually using taxpayer dollars. That's the dollars that come in from individuals that stay at our hotels and stuff. So I think the commission's tried to do the best they can to actually upgrade facilities that haven't had anything done to them since I'm trying to think when Bill Burke was actually.
78, late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, so there's not been a lot of money spent either at Bill Burke or at East Crawford. So it is time that dollars are spent on those facilities, and we're trying to do it the best we can without being a burden on the taxpayer. So just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, and as the plan is going forward, as Commissioner Hoppick mentioned, I think it would be important to touch base with Visit Salina in terms of what tournament directors are looking for in terms of facilities. I mean, I know there's a lot of knowledge within our own baseball and softball community and tournament organizers, but on a broader scale, I think Visit Salina would be a good source of information, and also making sure that the concessionaire has a chance to look at the plans, weigh in on the plans, just in terms of, how it's going to align, how it's going to fix the problems that they have with the current facility. So the more stakeholders we can bring together, I feel like the better product we're going to have at the end. Yeah.
Sorry, my microphone was off. The next topic is bathrooms, but I think it might
Yes.
be helpful relative
Yes.
to baseball to have Troy Reiner at least speak to you about kind of that before and after picture that we put up there briefly, and what the plan is for bathrooms as part of this baseball oriented project.
Do you want to take a break now and have folks speak to the plan that's been presented so far, or
Yeah, my suggestion is.
after Mr. Reinhardt speaks?
Well, my suggestion is we carve out the bathroom elements as it relates to baseball
Okay,
and touch on that,
Okay.
then take public
Okay.
comment. And we have a whole broader bathroom conversation. to
Yes.
be had.
Commissioners, thank you.
thank you.
And while Troy's coming up, Jacob, if you could go back to the current picture. You often hear the phrase, a picture doesn't do it justice. I think our picture may be too generous in terms
I
of
agree.
depicting our current bathroom situation. And so that's an ongoing challenge for us in terms of just meeting quality and sanitation expectations in our existing facilities. So we've been talking about what we can do to renovate existing facilities and what alternatives we have. So without getting into the whole rebuild, if you can just touch on the CXT and the remodel of the south bathroom aspect.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. Troy Reinhardt, Facilities Superintendent. As the bathroom remodel relates to the ball fields, we'd be looking at standardization really of all the bathrooms, but it'd be a complete remodel from interior and exterior on the bathrooms, roofing, fascia, soffit, repaint, standardization of the plumbing fixtures, new floors. We're looking at an epoxy floor finish on those. Pretty much going through on the existing bathrooms and giving them a complete facelift. Really concentrating and focusing on finishes that are easier to clean, stay clean longer, trying to maximize the fixtures and finishes against vandalism, those kind of things, without making it look like a prison. So there's several different elements in that remodel, along with the different finishes. We'd be looking at some exterior security measurements, and also time locks to help control access. A lot of the vandalism happens obviously outside of normal activity hours. So if we can minimize the amount of access outside of normal daylight hours, so to speak, hopefully we can cut back on some of the vandalism in the facilities.
And CXTs as well.
Yeah, we're looking at adding 2 CXT units to Bill Burke. The central CXT unit would be the bigger of the 2, which I believe is what's pictured there. Those units come in pretty well made.
CXT.
Exactly does CXT stand for?
Oh,
Yeah, it's
Oh, I
a
thought it was the name of the facility itself.
it's like
that's a
name
brand.
brand.
It's a
So it's
watercraft.
essentially, yeah, it's a precast concrete bathroom unit that is pre-built. So essentially we have to pipe utilities to it, water, sewer, electrical. It's a pre-built unit that manufacturer brings in, connects and sets down on our utilities.
On
to
footings or on,
No,
slab?
gravel base.
oh,
Yeah, it has floor and everything in it. Fixtures are in it. So it's essentially it's a packaged finished bathroom that they just come in, crane into place and hook up to existing utilities.
Are those more expensive than rebuilding? We're gonna rebuild the other bathrooms. I mean,
We're gonna refinish the existing bathrooms. This would be in addition to the existing bathrooms that we have. So it's a way for us
and it's
to,
more cost effective to rebuild than to.
well, it's more cost
Do
effective to bring in a CXT unit like this than it would be for us to stick build or block build from the ground.
So we kind of concluded that if we were to build from scratch, they've perfected a lot of the vandalism and sanitary aspects of this facility, and that's cost effective over new construction. But renovation of existing facilities is probably more cost effective than one of these.
Than a brand new one.
okay. Troy, I know you know construction. But for God's sakes, $211,000 for a bathroom?
Well, there's also, and with that, piping the utilities out to it. So there's a lot of infrastructure that's involved in that number, I believe.
Are Todd Welsh's homes still selling for like 250,000 right out?
No.
No, okay.
We had this conversation trying to kind of crunch those numbers and figure out what's most cost effective without cutting corners that we're going to regret later.
Yeah, I didn't even know these existed. I mean, this is, and is that the finish that's chosen already?
No, that's I believe those are stock photos
Okay.
from them. Yeah.
With this being basically just on the ground, is flooding going to be an issue? I'm not
No,
sure exactly where this is going to be located as far as.
Hey, can you come up to the mic if you're gonna? Thank you. We installed multiple of these in Joplin after the tornado for that very reason, because they're almost destruction proof.
So if it flooded, it would dry out, but it could still flood if Bill Burke was under,
It could,
as
but
opposed to being on a slab raised up a couple inches.
it could, but it's not going to go anywhere.
But
It's not going to move.
Bill Burke is on the river side of the
Right.
lake. So that entire park is
Floodplain. But one of the reasons we're specifically looking at these units is because it's in a floodplain.
So would there, I can't tell in this picture if there's gravel on around it, but you said it's on a gravel base.
Mhm.
And then there would be a concrete perimeter around it, I'm assuming, or do we have to actually have gravel exposed around it?
No, we could add it. We could add a base around it later if we so chose to.
Uh-huh.
Well, for handicap, someone in a wheelchair.
There'll be a hand,
Might be a little.
so there'll be a concrete approach to it to get to it. Absolutely.
So you're thinking you want a house or you want a van?
But by the looks of the time, I don't know if we'll get to the fuller bathroom presentation, but one of the things I was going to say is kind of the outside of that conversation is we have not set ourselves up for success in our bathrooms throughout our system by the way they're built and by their finishes. And then we're trying to send our staff in with a Walmart shower caddy and some bottles and brushes and meet public expectations. So part of this is an investment in a product that hopefully is intended to be durable, and everything from unsealed concrete retaining urine and the smell of urine to epoxy finishes and the type of paint that are on the cinder block walls in these units compared to what we've been doing. Part of our failures are inherent to the building and the construction from the get-go.
Yeah. What was the name? CXT or?
CXT, yes, sir. I can bring back some more specific information on those if you need me to.
And that is a brand name. There are competitors, but as Chris mentioned, they are on the state procurement list as having gone through a competitive pricing process already.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Troy. All right, at this time, I'd like to open it up for public questions or comments about the material that we've seen so far in terms of the proposed list of projects for Bill Burke and Berkeley Family Recreation Area. If there are any members of the public that would like to speak, I'd invite you to come on up to the podium and share your thoughts.
Hi, my name is Kenny Hancock. I'm one of the representatives from Salina Baseball Enterprises. Obviously, you've seen me here more than you probably wanted to in the last 3 years. First of all, I want to compliment Commissioner Hoppig for reiterating that whatever you guys are doing is, it says transient guest tax, but there's a lot of people that I talk to think they hear the word tax and they think it's their pocketbook. So I think it's great that we get the narrative out there that it's a transient guest tax and not a local tax that's paying for a lot of this stuff, plus the Recovery Act funds. I think it's a really important point because a lot of the pushback I've heard is that, oh, another tax is going to have to come out of my pocket. And that's really not the case at all. So I compliment you guys to making sure that that narrative gets out there. First of all, I also want to agree with Mr. Hoppig, and I've known this guy for 40 some years, and I don't usually agree with him as he will.
Never calls me Mr.
Yeah, that's right. Bit of a formal setting. That's true. And he was mentioning turfs fields 4 and 6 in their entirety is an ideal way to go. I totally agree with that. Turfing in a full field is much better than only doing the infields. However, there's a lot of collegiate fields out there that usually due to money, they only turf the infield because games usually aren't rained out based on the outfield, but they are for the infield. So if you have the money to turf the entire field, I encourage you to do it. If not, just turfing the infield will save the day 95% of the time. We turfed all of South High because of the prices that we got on it. They were just so incredibly good that it allowed us to do it. And so that's the real reason that we turfed all of South High. And of course, that's going to be going on 2 to 3 years ago. By the time you guys get around to it, the prices probably won't be the same at that point. Construction time was mentioned. I'm going to tell you, plan on 4 to 6 months, more like 5 to 6, because these are probably going to be winter projects. And I do agree with Mr. Schrag that if you start these after the baseball or softball seasons are over and give them all of the fields, you're going to get a much better number than if you give them a field or two at a time. And the costs are prohibitive if you do that. If you're turfing infields only, you have to put a construction 12 by 12 reinforced construction rim around the infield that you're turfing. That takes time. Each one of them are pretty labor intensive, so your prices will be a fair amount cheaper if you can just give them the facility, which means when it's done, and it'll be done by the time you start over again 7 or 8 months later, 6 months later. So I encourage you to think about that. Traffic control. We've had this discussion ongoing for the last 3 years about Bill Burke. I know nothing was done at Bill Burke, but that it's very important. And you guys, I'm just reinstating what you guys already know. Big deal to turn right out of there, out of Bill Burke Park if you can. I've always liked the idea of putting a road underneath and coming up on the south side of Crawford. Boy, I can't imagine the cost of doing that. I mean, I'm an engineer. Anything is possible. We can engineer a solution, but boy, you're going to have to bring piles of money to pull that off. I will say that you were asking Troy about the cost that it was putting in the estimate for these bathrooms. My caution would be careful. They may not be enough. They may not have enough money in them. We are getting ready to redo the bathrooms at Dean Evans, as was part of our original plan. And we thought we were being pretty generous on our original estimate. And of course, those were all pre-COVID numbers that, if you'll remember, those estimates were all pre-COVID. Well, and we were very fortunate. All the stuff we got in, but right as COVID started, gosh, the prices were just phenomenal. That abruptly changed, and it almost doubled the cost. The prices that we have now to do the Dean Evans toilets, and we're going to do them. We're still going to do them. That's almost double what we had originally planned. And fortunately, we were very good on some of the other stuff, and the prices came in great. So we're not walking away from that. But I will caution you, and Troy knows this as well as anybody. Boy, construction prices are as good as the day they get them, and for about 30 days, and after that, all bets are off. We're also going to do a ticket booth over Dean Evans, in case you were wondering what else we're going to do. That is, and a storage area where we can store the grooming unit and the banners that we have, the signs for the batting circles, all the stuff that kind of go with the Dean Evans turfing. We're going to put a storage area in. Those are the 3 things we're still going to do.
What did you say right before the storage area? Did you say something?
Ticket booth.
Oh, ticket.
We're going to put in a ticket booth, and our plan right now is to put it on skids so that it can be moved, but most likely it won't be moved. But we're going to put a ticket booth in, and that will include power going over to it and some internet connection, hopefully within the ticket booth itself. That's our plan for that. You know, I first of all, I'm glad everyone's here. This has been a long time for us. We're thrilled that the city is moving forward with this, or at least sincerely planning on it. So thank you for that. And I appreciate everything these guys are doing. Appreciate that we still get to meet with Travis and some others once a month on Dean Evans, and we talk about a lot of things. So that's been a real help to us, we think. We would, as Salina baseball, I personally think that Bill Burke is something we've got to do. It's an important piece of Salina. It's just an important fabric for Salina. But I also think we need a second field, and I won't call it a premier baseball field, but a second really good field at Berkeley family. Our plan, as you know, originally was to do a premier field right next to Dean Evans, which is, and I can get into this in a little bit, but it was one of the reasons that we had several of the items on our to-do list. That has gone away. I would really encourage you to think about doing something sooner than later at Matson. I mean, Matson right now is a field that everyone always complains about. The home run fences aren't long enough. Yeah, I did some research. Quite frankly, unless you're the second coming of Babe Ruth, balls aren't leaving the field there as frequent as people would like to act like they are. Pitchers always complain. And the numbers that I would suggest that even if nothing else is a start, you could turf the infield at James Matson, put some money into the dugouts and some of the surrounding fences, as Travis mentioned. And the turfing alone, I jotted down here. I did some quick numbers, and about $250,000, 250,000 might turf the infield alone. The reason it's so much cheaper than I think the number that you have in your estimate is 900,000. And the reason the number is so much lower is it's probably intuitive, but the outfield of a baseball or a softball field is massive compared to the infield. And I mean, it's a factor of 3. So if you turf an infield, quadruple your cost to do the whole field, literally. So you can get by with the turfed infield at Matson, doing some other amenities. And it is at an A facility. I'd call it an A- or B+, but it's better than most people could hope to have. So I really encourage you to at least think about making that a high priority item rather than a medium or low priority item. And I have the lights at Dean Evans. I want to answer a question about that before it even gets asked. It probably was already asked. But
We've been doing this long enough. I'd say you were a mind reader, but I think I've been asking the question, so thank you.
yeah, I didn't think of it on my own. I can't take credit for that. The reason when we put that list together of things we wanted to do, it was a Santa Claus list, a Christmas wish list. The only reason lights at Dean Evans were ever on it was because of the original $8 million plan to build another premier field right next to Dean Evans. And if we put a new premier field in, we're going to put new lights in. And so we don't want the lights at Dean to be any different than the lights on the new premier field. So we were merely going to add LED light fixtures at Dean Evans. And that was part of the $8 million project. When the new field did not get built, there was no immediate need for us to improve the lights at Dean Evans. And that's why that hasn't been done. Now, that said, I spent some time out there this summer. I think the lights at Dean Evans could use some improving. Are they okay for some levels? Yeah, they're still okay. It's kind of like when you remodel your bathroom or your kitchen, the rest of your house looks old. And now that Dean Evans is this incredible place, well, now the lights are getting long in the tooth, it looks like. So I think lights are something that we ought to take a hard look at. And I don't have the authority to commit Salina baseball to any of this, but it's at least something we'd probably sit across the table and have a conversation with. And am I offering to pay for it? No, but I'm saying, no, let's at least talk about it. Because I think improving the lights, and by the way, we put bullpen improvement lights out, and I think that's helping a great deal. I know that my reflexes have slowed enough. I don't know that I'd want to bat anymore up there with the lights at Dean right now.
How are the lights at Matson since we were discussing Matson?
You know, I'd have to ask somebody else. I haven't watched a game at Matson in 25 years, so I don't know of any idea. That's all I've got. If you guys have any questions of Salina baseball that I can even attempt to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Hancock?
Again, thank you guys. We're thrilled that we're going to do something. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I don't know this. I apologize. I'm putting you too much on the spot, but we might be able to address the initial list and proposed versus actual. Is there anything else that you can think of on the original list that didn't make it into the final project?
Yeah, my memory is not that good. No, but there is some stuff. There's no doubt. If I had it in front of me, we could talk about it. There's also some things that we did that weren't even remotely anticipated that were on the list too. It's kind of a give and take thing. I mean, we spent $45,000 putting in a new electrical system for you at Dean Evans to replace one that was in bad shape, and it was going to create a hazard potentially. And that we had never anticipated spending more than $40,000 to put a new power system in. And there's some other things like that we did. So I'm sorry, I don't have any, I didn't come prepared today to talk about any of that specifically, but
And I don't know off the top of my head either.
sure. Okay. All right.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to speak on this issue? Last chance. All right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you being here. we are going to move on then and get as far as we can with the bathroom enhancement evaluation portion of the presentation today. And if we can't get through it, I don't know what our study session schedule
Yeah,
looks
it's
like,
starting to
but
fill up. We had a downtime period there for a little
Yeah,
bit, but it's starting to fill up. But it is filling up with lots of parks items. We might be able to.
to just go a little bit
piggyback on
longer
another one,
one
yeah.
day and catch this up, because I
Yeah.
think this is a really important topic.
Yeah, and if I could add one more introductory comment before we get started, having covered the whole, we haven't set ourselves up to succeed topic. This is a different approach in that we've been brainstorming, staffing challenges and just the quality issues. What we're talking about here is trying to come up with an approach to renovate all of our bathrooms throughout our park system. Admittedly, we had plumbing, we had system-wide improvements in the park master plan. This approach was not contemplated in the park master plan. If we were to tackle this, it would be trying to do it in-house, fund it with the annual allocation, and try to get our house in order. So as a policy or as a direction type decision for you, one of the questions is your receptivity to moving bathrooms kind of to the top of the list and trying to chip our way at them throughout our entire system. So with that, I'll give Troy 15 minutes.
Okay. Some of this might be a recap. Recently, staff was tasked with evaluating the conditions and services of bathroom facilities that are open to the public, used across the city, located in our parks, athletic fields, and downtown areas. The following slides identify items in quantity and location of facilities, frequency of needed cleanings, and expected staffing requirements to meet the acceptable cleaning demands. On the next slide, we went through and identified the 25 existing bathroom units that we currently have. They house 50 men's and women's bathrooms and 177 bathroom fixtures, whether that's toilets, urinals, sinks. Our current system has 177 bathroom fixtures in it. As part of the exercise, we also below identified 3 additional bathroom systems that would be coming online. 2 at Burke that we've discussed recently, which would be the CXT units. And then also the tennis complex that would be coming online potentially here next year sometime. We also took a look at our current bathroom systems and tried to evaluate if there was anything that could be deleted or omitted. And so we put in down below some possible locations that those bathrooms could be omitted to lighten the facility cleaning and remodeling load, if you will. So those were also identified for consideration. The next slide gives a current list of the facility maintenance division's regularly cleaned facilities of city-owned and also non-city owned facilities that covers approximately 183,000 square feet. This slide identifies what those are, the square footages of each, the approximate cleaning times and frequencies. The next slide gives a short synopsis of the estimated staffing needs, estimated staffing needs would be to transfer the 25 existing bathroom units into the new proposed cleaning system. Part of that would be mobile cleaning vans that the cleaning teams would use to cover the expanse of the cities across the, or the facilities across the city. With the time calculated to clean those facilities annually, we're expecting the staff hours annually to be about 10,700 hours a year to clean those 25 bathroom units. Whether it be on regular cleaning schedule or for special events like the tournaments and the different things at the ball fields and at the parks. Each cleaning team would be outfitted with a cleaning unit that would be stocked not only with materials and supplies to tackle the high demand of cleaning public use facilities, but also with the training and basic knowledge for completing light maintenance repairs. This would help save additional call outs of maintenance staff or subcontractors. This would be accomplished by standardizing plumbing and lighting fixtures throughout the bathroom system, sort of elevating the standard training of custodians to also encompass some basic light maintenance of changing flush valves, light bulbs, some of those things, so we can sort of kill two birds with one stone. One of the things that we looked at as staff is how can we recreate this wheel more efficiently, systemize what we're doing and how we're doing it to maximize our efficiencies out in the field so that we minimize downtime. The next slide sort of evaluates our 25 existing bathrooms, identifying the itemized workload for those facilities, and quantifies the annual staff hours needed for each one, along with the frequency. So again, on the existing 25 that we have currently, under this new cleaning standard, we're anticipating 10,778,000 hours a year. The next slide incorporates in the additional workload of the additional facilities. If none of them are eliminated, it bumps our hours slightly to 11,100. With the additional 3 bathrooms of tennis and Bill Burke. And that's, again, if none of the facilities are eliminated or omitted as you guys evaluate that. The next slide identifies the current and proposed staffing needs for the facility maintenance department to take on the additional work as laid out in this presentation. Currently, the workload of that 183,000 square feet that we currently covered is shown on the left through a mixture of full-time and part-time staff. On the right-hand side, in the lighter green areas, it shows what is proposed to cover those additional 11,000 hours.
Troy, I did have a question. There's an asterisk down here that says proposal requires shifting existing parks and recreation resources to custodial. And I was just wondering if maybe you could explain what that meant.
Limitedly, I can. You're getting a little bit out of my wheelhouse on this. But to my understanding, there would be a portion of the staff hours that's currently being used to whatever limited capacity that is, that would be evaluated and transferred. The quantity of that, I don't have any information on.
So we would be losing staff that are currently assigned to parks?
We currently have staff throughout the park system that are, one of their duties is janitorial. And so not necessarily a 1-for-1 and not enough to fill these voids, but in the interest of trying to keep costs down, we potentially could say we're moving all janitorial responsibility to a division and take 2 people from parks maintenance, move those positions to custodial, and we still have 4 or 6 more to fill. Trying to kind of recognize that current workload in another division is being moved over to the custodial division.
Are we at a stopping point where we could go ahead and stop so we could get a quick break before our meeting resumes? And hopefully we can continue this discussion in the next few weeks as the study session allows. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments real quick from members of the public regarding the restroom information that we've received so far? And if not, we'll resume back here in 5 minutes at 4 o'clock. All right. It's 4 o'clock. We'll go ahead and get the Monday, September 13th, 2021 Salina City Commission meeting underway. Before we get started, I'd like to request staff confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we'll proceed with a roll call.
Mayor Hodges,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here,
Commissioner Peck.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Would all who are able please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we'll get started with awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of September 18th, 2021 as Relay for Life Day in the city of Salina. Shandy Wicks, Relay for Life event leadership member, will read the proclamation.
Relay for Life of Saline County, American Cancer Society, ACS, Relay for Life Proclamation for Saline County. Whereas the Relay for Life movement continues to be the largest peer-to-peer fundraising event with 2.5 million participants globally uniting to save lives from cancer. Whereas Relay for Life of Saline County is an opportunity to celebrate people who have been touched by cancer, remember loved ones lost, and take action for life-saving change. Whereas funds raised at Relay for Life events help the ACS fund and conduct breakthrough research and give cancer patients and their families the resources they need, like free rides to chemo, free places to stay near hospitals, and a live 24/7 helpline for answers and support. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Melissa Rose Hodges, Mayor of Salina, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 18th, 2021 as Relay for Life Day in Saline County and Salina, Kansas, and encourage citizens to let their passion inspire them to join the Relay for Life movement by attending the relay, starting or joining a fundraising team, making a donation, or volunteering with the Relay for Life event at the Central Mall on Saturday, September 18th, 2021.
Thank you so much. It's so good to see you and have you back here in the room, Ms. Wicks.
Thank you.
And especially on behalf of such a wonderful cause. Can you give us any more details about how people can get signed up for Relay for Life or how they can participate? Is there a Facebook page or anything that they can check out? And
Yeah. First, I'll say our event for Saline County Relay for a Cure event will be on Saturday, September 18th from 4 to 8 p.m. in Center Court at the Central Mall. Our opening ceremony for the event will begin at 4:30. We have 2 guest speakers. Then we'll have a survivor lap led by Terry Ferguson on the bagpipes, followed by a caregiver lap and then all teams lap. We have bidding for silent auction items that will begin at 4 o'clock. Items can be viewed on the RFL Salina Facebook page. The luminary ceremony will begin at 7 o'clock p.m. with the closing ceremony and fight back lap at 7:45. And we welcome the community to join us in the fight against cancer. Anybody that's interested in signing up to participate can go out to our RLF Salina Facebook page and they can get information there. They can also reach out to one of our event leadership team members by just sending us a message on Facebook.
fantastic. And for those of you who haven't participated in a Relay for Life, they're really inspiring for both survivors and their families. So thank you. If you'd like
Thank
to
you.
come up and get your signed proclamation.
Item 3.2, recognition of the week of September 19, 2021 to September 25, 2021 as Adult Education and Family Literacy Week in the city of Salina. Kelly Mowbray will read the proclamation.
Good afternoon. Joining me are my 2 core partners, the Executive Director of the Library, Melanie Hitchpath, and the Executive Director of our Head Start program here in Salina, Lisa Larson. Whereas there is urgent need to support adult education and family literacy at the local, state, and federal level. Whereas over 150,000 working age adults in Kansas did not have a high school credential from pre-COVID-19 pandemic to July 18th to June 2019. Whereas almost 50,000 adults in Kansas did not speak English well or at all from pre-COVID-19 pandemic, July 2018 to June 2019. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has caused widespread economic hardship here in Salina, in Kansas, and across the country, forcing adults to take action in regards to increasing their education and skills. Whereas Salina Adult Education Center has been providing instructional support for those seeking a high school credential or improvement of English as a second language since first starting out as Little House in 1979. Whereas Heartland Early Education has provided early education and Head Start services since 1989. Whereas the Salina Public Library has been increasing literacy in the community since the early 1900s. Whereas the Salina Adult Ed Center, Heartland Early Education, and the Salina Public Library, along with the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, celebrate National Adult Education and Family Literacy Week from September 19th to September 25th, 2021. Now, therefore, the City Commission of the City of Salina proclaims that the week of September 19th through the 25th be designated as Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and urges the citizens of Salina to recognize the importance of education and literacy at all levels.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Ms. Hedgepeth and Ms. Larson for being here as well today. Do you have anything special going on to celebrate or to highlight the
We
week?
do. We'll be doing some major mass social media, but on Monday, we have several of our local representatives, Sanders, Howe, and Johnson, coming in to work with and listen to a group of our graduates of all of our programs. The following week, we will have U.S. Representative Mann on a Zoom call with us. And Lieutenant Governor was supposed to be with us next week, but we are working to either reschedule that or Zoom with him. Hopefully, we will get that accomplished.
Well, fantastic. Thank you very much. And I've got your signed proclamation for you. Thank you very much.
Item 3.3, recognition of the month of September 2021 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Salina. Bryce Doonan will read the proclamation.
Whereas childhood cancer remains the #1 disease killer of children, more than genetic anomalies, cystic fibrosis, and AIDS combined. And whereas on an average, the treatment for childhood cancer is 2 years and can cause serious side effects that may last a lifetime. And whereas every year, more than 15,700 children and adolescents are diagnosed with cancer. That is about 43 children each day. And whereas childhood cancer occurs regularly, randomly, and spares no socioeconomic class, geographic affiliation, and gender ethnic group. And whereas 60% of children who survive cancer suffer late side effects, such as infertility, heart failure, and secondary cancers. And whereas every year over 2,500 children under that age of 20 lose their lives to cancer. That is equivalent to 7 children every single day. And whereas when a child is diagnosed with cancer, the entire family is forever affected. Therefore, in recognition and support of the patients, families, and professionals leading the fight against childhood cancer, I'm Melissa R. Hodges, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim September 2021 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Salina and recognize the gold ribbon as the symbol of childhood cancer. I encourage all citizens to honor these young people who have lost their lives to this devastating disease and join the fight against childhood cancer in Salina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doonan. Are there any particular events or any information that you'd like to highlight that's going to be going on to help bring more awareness to childhood cancers.
I'm Heidi Fireherm Smith, and I'm the founder of the Love Chloe Foundation. We're a local organization that is focused on childhood cancer. So we help families in the fight. We also fund research, and we fund a nationwide program that helps children stay connected with their classmates. So every year we try to do as much as we can in the community so that people understand the importance of raising funds and raising awareness for childhood cancer. We have this year several downtown businesses are participating. You'll notice that several of them have a gold ribbon displayed on their front window. So we appreciate all the support from them. There are a few that are selling some awareness pins. We've got a little lapel pin that people are getting for $5. We have a keychain. And so those are for sale at some of the businesses downtown. We also have some support. Ad Astra has created a Funky Monkey latte, and $1 from each of those drinks goes to the Love Chloe Foundation in support of childhood cancer. Mocha's has a chocolate monkey. So with our Monkey in My Chair program, they decided to have fun with that and kind of go along with the monkey theme. And so Mocha's is also donating a portion of the sale from that latte for the whole month of September on both of those. Coming up after September, we have our big golf and gala. This is our biggest event of the year. And it is a way for us to really share those stories of our local heroes and kids and their battle. And they're also there at the event with our guests and supporters. That event is coming up October 15th and 16th. We have a golf tournament and a gala back to back. So we invite people to attend or, sponsor or come to the golf, come to the gala, either one, to show their support. Throughout the month of September on Facebook and all our social media, we also feature area children. We show their pictures of what they were diagnosed with, if it's honor or memory of. So we ask people to follow us on Facebook to be able to see those stories. And then we also have a distinctive license plate that we're in the process of getting. So in the state of Kansas, starting in January 2022, drivers will be able to select a childhood cancer license plate to show support, and that will be across the entire state. The funds that we raise from this license plate will go to our initiative called Fueling the Fight, and that will provide gas cards for families all across the entire state of Kansas. Since Kansas City is where people have to travel to get treatment for childhood cancer, there's a big burden on families with travel. So with the license plate, we're really going to be able to help these families across the state. So we just ask people to support wherever you see a gold ribbon, or, if you see a business that has that displayed in the window, maybe just tell them thank you for supporting the cause.
Well, thank you for all of your advocacy over years and years and years. It's just really impressive and very much needed. And what was the name of the Facebook page where people can go to connect and learn a little bit more about your work?
So it's just Love Chloe
Love
Foundation,
Chloe Foundation.
and that is on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. So all the different social medias, and we try to post during the month of September. We have multiple posts every day, just kind of sharing those stories and getting the awareness out. We share facts. We have a fact every single day that goes out on our Facebook page, so people can see, that this is happening to kids even in our community. And we're just glad we're able to support families like Bryce's family, during their fight, and being there to support them financially and emotionally.
Well, fantastic. Thank you so much for all your work. I've got a signed copy of the proclamation.
Can I get a picture too of you guys?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, this brings us to Citizens Forum. Citizens Forum is an opportunity for any member of the community to speak about an issue that does not appear on today's agenda. I would ask that you identify yourself by your first and last name, let us know where you're from, and to please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. And with that, I will open it up to anyone who'd like to speak today.
Hello, Deborah Corrales, Salina, Kansas. Today I present Overland Park's renewed breed-neutral dog ordinance. Another breed ban bites the dust. Wake up, Salina. So also, I've also provided this. On August 6th, I requested some information from Jacob Wood on the income or the intake outcome reports from the animal shelter and also all the DNA test results. I did get the intake outcome reports for which I requested on the 9th of August. Also, he wanted to charge me $80 to download some DNA test results or whatever. So on the 11th, I filed a inspection only report saying I wanted to see them and not necessarily have him download them and send them to me. Then on August 16th, Jacob called Tyler and Tyler told him to call me. On the 17th, Jacob called me and said, now due to a miscommunication, there's no charge and we can just send you those downloads for nothing. So why not still charge me? I didn't know there was a miscommunication. Why would he tell me that? It seemed weird to me. So I told him, no, I still wanted to inspect the DNA reports on the webpage that they're on. He then never responded. We never heard from him after that. Tyler called him on the 24th. Jacob told him he was a little behind on his work and he would get back with us in a couple of days and let us know where it stood on us viewing the DNA reports on the webpage. And it's 37 days later and I haven't gotten my request for public records. And I was wondering, what's the protocol? How long do I wait before I call somebody and report that the information I requested is not being provided?
You're welcome to get with me and we can sort through it. I'm aware of some of the rest of that story, but.
Well, I had 3 minutes. I was just trying to keep within the 3
No, I
minutes.
understand.
Okay.
I'm aware of
Okay.
your request and how we've tried to respond to it. So you're welcome to contact me outside the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Corrales, please keep me posted as to how things are going.
Okay.
So we make sure that we get your request accommodated.
Rosemary Mai from Salina, Kansas. And as a taxpayer, I'd like to know how much it's costing the taxpayers to pay for 2 attorneys to be fighting our petition, that we had plenty of citizens in this community to sign that petition to go to a vote in November. And I think the citizens of Salina need to know how much it's costing taxpayers for you to hire 2 attorneys to fight this petition.
Thank you.
Hi, Carol Reed, Salina, Kansas. I'll just follow up on that petition because I want to kind of review it. So in case people are wondering what that's all about. The ordinance proposed was certified and signed in over 2,000 signatures, which we only needed 1,632, which were certified. And it would prevent the Salina governing body, which means the city commission of the city of Salina, which is you folks, from enacting any ordinance in response to a public emergency. This would leave the responsibility to the Saline County, not the city commission, which is, again, you folks, of which the Saline County would be subject. It's the Kansas Emergency Management Act, and that is to be found at Kansas Statutes, Chapter 48, Article 9. I want to quote just a little bit here. The Kansas Emergency Management Act clearly intends for counties, not cities, to respond to emergencies and defines a framework for that. In most cases, it's not within the scope of a city's attorney to manage and respond to the emergency. By their own admission, the city of Salina does not have a disaster agency and cannot declare an emergency. Due to recent changes in a state law, counties have limitations and rules to follow when responding to any emergency. Some of these rules have a focus on preserving individual liberty. The city of Salina sidestepped these rules by enacting an ordinance called the Home Rule Authority under the Kansas Constitution. This is the same authority that allows them to enact any general ordinance such as park curfews, etc. As I stated, the Kansas Emergency Management Act clearly intends for counties and not cities to respond to emergencies and defines a framework for that. In the interest of uniformity and reducing confusion, we as the city of Salina do not need multiple local government entities to manage emergencies. Voting yes will enact the ordinance and prevent the city of Salina from infringing on individual liberties and on the operation of local businesses in response to an emergency. August 23rd of 2021, Commissioners Mike Hoppick, Carl Ryan, and Trent Davis voted in favor of putting the petition in question on the ballot. Mayor Melissa Hodges and Aaron Peck voted nay. On August 27th, 2021, the city's attorneys filed the lawsuit in the Saline County District Court challenging the validity of the petition. A case management conferences is in schedule as we speak, today, September 13th. September the 8th, the city of Salina, the attorneys for the city of Salina versus Kevin Korb, individual, for summary judgment. The city's primary argument is that the ordinance is a violation of their home rule authority. Hopefully, the court will agree that home rule ultimately belongs to the citizens, and I personally feel like this is a type of bullying that bullying Kevin as well as our cities and all the citizens that signed this, and not allowing our city commission to work for us. Let our voices be heard at the ballot box. If donations would like to be made to be helping us with the attorney fee or help Kevin to defend this petition, you can go to www.salinafreedom.com. You can click there and make your donations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dalton McDowell, City of Salina. I don't know if any of you have drove Pacific and went over the Ohio Street overpass, but as being in the lawn care industry like I am, your contractor you need to terminate his contract. Not saying it's going to happen, but it looks like crap. It looks like crap. They didn't mow it for the Riverfest, or they mowed it. They haven't weed eated it. There's trees, there's volunteer trees growing and all that. How much money did you spend on the overpass to make it look nice when you built it? And now, because you go with the cheapest bidder, which there is no state law on that, to maintain it, it looks like crap.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell.
Jerry Harp, Salina. I agree with him with the maintenance on the entryways. I was thinking of the other day, we had quite a few of us out on the I-35 in Magnolia, and had requested that to be mowed or cleared off, and didn't get a response from KDOT, and it could have been that I personally didn't get a hold of them in time enough. But when I called this morning, they said it's because they didn't have enough help to take care of that. And when I think of the festival, Smoky Hill River Festival, I don't know how many came to that, but an awful lot probably came through our I-35 and some of the entryways in here. And it's really pretty embarrassing when you stop and look at that, about them coming in. Salina is a beautiful town, but we have failed when it comes to keeping up the roadways coming into town, and the railings around that. When we stood up there, we had to almost step and trample on the weeds just to stand on the sidewalk. So I don't know how you guys address that, or if you do, but I guess I agree that it looks pretty shabby coming into town on all of these entryways. So, and also just to make known, since we're making things aware of what this month is, Friday, the September 17th is Constitution and Citizenship Day. So maybe check with your kids, parents, and everybody, and make sure that you teach your kids about the Constitution and Citizenship Day and our freedoms.
Thank you very much. And please know that, please know to everyone that your comments about maintenance, in whether it's in our right of way, KDOT, Union Pacific, and in the parks, I hear those, and we'll follow up on those. So thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak today?
Good afternoon. Brian Duncan, Salina. I'm here to talk a little bit about the tennis situation, the courts and things that you guys have voted on already. I understand that. I'm coming as a general citizen, but also I'm an assistant tennis coach at South Middle School. I listened to the meeting online on TV last week, and I just was concerned there wasn't anything mentioned about South Middle School. I heard other schools mentioned. I didn't hear South Middle School mentioned at all. We practice over at Sunset, and yes, the court is in it's really bad shape. My concern is if we take that out of there, where are our kids going to go to? We're going to have to bus them over to the new facility, which it'll all be worked out somehow. I understand that, but it'll be busing them over there or carpooling or whatever. It will be a challenge to do some of that. My main concern is, as a general citizen, more so than as a coach representing the school here. I'm representing the school. I'm representing myself, but also employed as a coach, assistant coach. Is the neighborhood kids over in Sunset. When we get off the court, sometimes when we get there, the kids are on the courts playing around, maybe with balls and things, not necessarily just with tennis balls and things, but they're just playing around. My concern would be the kids that are over there in that area of town. What are they going to do when those are gone? They're going to ride their bikes over, clear over to the new facility. That's probably not going to happen. That's way too far across town. And those kids you want to get kids outside and doing things. That's really important as far as athletic ability and just having fun outside instead of being with their technologies. So my concern is, I know the decision's been made already, but I would like to have seen Sunset kept, along with adding to that some pickleball courts to really enhance the park. I know in the past, I've only been in Salina since 1995, but I know in my time here, there's been some crimes and things, and some things that have gone on over at Sunset before. So I think taking those out may possibly, who hope it doesn't, but bring some of that stuff back into that area. It's just, I think the local kids there, they're gonna be missing out on a lot of opportunities. So like I said, I'm not representing the school. I'm just the assistant coach there. And but we work with the kids. I'm in the springtime with the boys, not the girls. So that's what I come to talk about. And I know the decision's been made already, like I said, but it's just if there's any way to keep something over there for the kids in that neighborhood area, I think would be advantage to the city of Salina.
You're with the boys team, did you say?
Yes, the boys middle school.
And
Yes.
so I'm sorry, I didn't even know the middle school practiced over there. Is that what you're saying, that is the?
We've been practicing over there for years.
And the girls do as well, or?
Correct.
Okay.
The kids walk over across, because it's only about a 15-minute walk, but they ride their bikes over. Some parents will bring them over, but they've been practicing over there for years. And so where do we go? Where do we go to from here? It's going to be to the new facility probably, which is going to require busing of some sort or kind of things, which is going to create a bit of a problem. Now Lakewood, they can walk. Central has their own facility. We're kind of on the, and South will have theirs. We're kind of on the left out there. So I thought to bring that to everybody's attention.
And I certainly can't speak for the school superintendent. I would say that as we had conversations about locations of facilities, teams, their needs, she kind of rattled off a mental list verbally to me of this team goes here and there. And that was part of our conversation about the approach to Jerry Ivy and turning those courts over to them by South High, and then the opportunity to expand. I don't know what the school's intentions are about rerouting, but they were very aware of kind of this whole approach.
Yeah, Mr. Duncan, I guess I'd have you talk to Chris Upson, who's with you.
I know Chris.
Yeah. Chris was involved in all of our conversations. So hopefully again, I'm going to be honest, we didn't know you practiced there, but I guess Chris never brought that up. He obviously has something in mind for where you're going to go. So I guess apologize for that, but Chris hopefully has something figured out. I know there's discussion about expanding the courts over at South High. So perhaps they plan on having both South High and South Middle there together. So anyway, thank you.
And your point is well taken about obviously, if we're not going to have the tennis courts at Sunset Park, we're going to need to figure out what we're going to do, how we're going to program that space and what's the best possible use for it, because I agree the kids in the neighborhood definitely need some place that they can go and enjoy being outside and doing athletic things. So
Right.
thank you very much.
One night I was there driving by, there were just two kids out there playing with a big old bouncy ball, going back and forth. It didn't matter if it was a tennis ball or not. They were just out there having fun. And that's what parks are for. So
Thank you.
thank you for your time.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go
Well,
ahead.
no, it didn't have anything to do with that.
Okay.
I didn't know Mr.
Okay.
Mantle was coming up.
Norman Mantle, Salina, Kansas. Whenever an issue comes up that requires the interest, the concern of the people, this should be put in front of the people to vote on. Says right here, citizen participation is the cornerstone of democracy, that yet you're not letting us participate. We've got an election coming up this fall. We need to get at least three new people on this commission. Mayor Hodges is retiring. Mr. Peck, he's hitting the road. So we can't pick on them.
That's right.
Well, you can.
So an election's come up. Let's get at least three new ones in there. That includes you. I know.
Anyone else who would like to speak today? All right. Thank you all very much. Yes, Dr. Davis.
Well, I just wanted to say this while there's a full audience here. Years ago, the health department had to move out of its facility really on a moment's notice. And Yvonne Gibbons kept that agency running. It kept the phones running while it relocated and reorganized. And I think something similar to that happened this past week with the River Festival. Brad Anderson and all the people who work really had to rethink that on the fly. And I don't know how many made it out there, but it was very well put together. People social distance to the extent possible. Those who wanted to wear a mask wore a mask. I just wanted to compliment that whole team of folks for pulling off something that a lot of cities would have probably said, nah, we're too squeamish, we don't want to do it. But just job well done. I don't see Brad here, but wherever he is, tell me he did a good job.
I have, and I will again.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to public hearings and items scheduled for a certain time.
Item 5.1, public hearing, Rural Housing Incentive District. 5.1A, conduct public hearing. 5.1B, approve resolution number 21-7985 and set a public hearing date for the creation of a rural housing incentive district. 5.1C, approve resolution number 21-7986 and approve submittal of an MIH application.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Ms. Driscoll.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. This evening, we are discussing the Ryan Addition, or what's commonly known as the Ryan Addition. It's 25-acre parcel out on South Ohio Street in the corner with East Schilling Road. We have been talking about this for a few months now. It was anticipated this evening we'd be holding a public hearing and then we'd be acting, but due to some publishing errors, we are going to step back and make sure we've got that all correct before we move forward. So this evening, our request is that you hold a public hearing to address the one that was published, though some of the attachments were not published with it. But I want to make sure that we have an opportunity, and I think you are going to feel the same, that anybody who has attended this evening with the intent of testifying have that opportunity to speak during a public hearing. And that would be our recommendation, that you pass Resolution 217985 that would then republish that resolution and state a new public hearing date. In coordination with that, when you first started talking about this project in May of this year, 3 economic incentive requests were addressed by that developer. One would be MIH, which is Moderate Income Housing Application. Per the state's program, we have to make the application, but we do that in partnership with the developer who's got that project. The second part of that would be the creation of an RHID district or a rural housing incentive district. And the third part was a request for waiver of building permit fees. Ideally, we would have brought all three of these together, but due to these publishing issues, we're kind of redoing our timeline here. So coming back to that, the MIH application is due September 27th, which is going to be prior to the recommended new public hearing date of October 18th. We have to set a new public hearing date for the RHID portion of this issue because it takes a full 30 days to publish. Once the dates are off, you have to go by the date that was in the original resolution. Our original resolution says we were going to act tonight. Therefore, in order to do this right, we have to start all over again and publish that resolution. So the next 30 days out and the appropriate meeting would be October 18th. Prior to that, though, the MIH application is due, which I said was September 27th. Resolution number 217986 that's in front of you is a request to submit that application on behalf of this project. You will have another essential bite at that apple if we are awarded based on that application. And coming back to you, you need to decide as a body to accept that award and then also look at the contractual stipulations there that come with the award of the role of Southview Estates LLC, the role of the city, and how we would go with that. If for some reason this project doesn't move forward, we would have the ability to communicate our desire to pull our application prior to awarding, which is later this year. And then if we are awarded, we would be notified notified post the October 18th date in which you'd already acted on the RHID. That third incentive component of a request for waiver from building permit fees, we will bring forward when you take this item up on October 18th, if you pass the resolution this evening. I'm not trying to assume, but if we do go to that date, the building permit would go at that time, just because all these pieces ideally go together and some of them are interdependent on one another. But what's in front of you tonight is the actions that we need to move forward. So the desire to reestablish a new public hearing date and then the ability to apply for the MIH. And then we would essentially be back October 18th. You'd have the secondary public hearing. You'd have the resolution in front of you to act on the RHID if that's what you chose to do. We would not know about the outcome of the MIH application at that time, but it would be out there and had been submitted. And then thirdly, you would have the ability to act via resolution on a waiver for building permit fees. So with that, staff's recommendations for actions tonight would include holding the public hearing as advertised this evening. Second item would be to act on resolution 217985 that would create and set a new public hearing date for an RHID district to be formed. Staff's recommendation is that you do set that public hearing date and adopt 217985. And then thirdly would be to act on resolution 217986, which is giving staff approval to submit an MIH application moving forward and suggesting that Southview Estates LLC or the Ryan Edition be promoted towards that program. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions?
So would these be two separate public hearings, or is the first one, I use the term loosely, continued into the second one?
No, they are two separate public hearings. Essentially, this one tonight won't meet our statutory requirements for the RHID statute, but I think it's good governance to give people that opportunity since it has been advertised. And then any testimony taken tonight would then be read into the record for our next public hearing, which does meet our statutory requirements, but it gives those two true opportunities.
And the point you just made was where it was going to go. So anything said tonight would be recognized at the October meeting.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
I think before we get any further, if there are more questions for Ms. Driscoll, just to make sure that I get it taken care of, I think I'd like to start off by conducting the public hearing and going ahead and opening the public hearing, so that if there are any members of the public that attended this evening with the intention to speak to this item, the public hearing is now open, and I would invite you to share your comments with staff and the governing body.
Well, Eric's on his way up here. I would acknowledge that the phone call to the applicant, Ross Vogel in particular, was not a call that we look forward to making, but he was very gracious and kind of accommodating the oversight, and we were moving this as fast as we can.
And we did look to see what we possibly could have done to address this. And we looked at opening and then later closing the public hearing. But at the end of the day, the truest way to meet the statutory requirements, and I think really to appease both bodies, not wanting to have to go backwards if we missed something, was just to reset this date.
Mr. Brown.
All right. Hello, Commissioner, Mayors. My name is Eric Brown. I'm President and CEO of the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce. I will try to keep this brief. Obviously, you all know the importance of housing in our community right now and the short supply and the high demand that's happening. So speaking on behalf of the Chamber in support of establishing this RHID, this is a tool that any community under county and communities under 66,000 in the state of Kansas do qualify for and can use. The city of Salina has never used this, but this is a tool that I think will go a long way in helping create some housing levels that we really need, specifically the moderate income housing. Going back to the single family and duplex permits that have been in the last 5 years been issued, we had 167 total single family from 16 to 20 and 7 total in the duplexes for the last 5 years that were permitted. This project alone is 108 units. And so that will go a long way in making sure that our employers are being, as folks are trying to hire, the workforce shortage, we are hearing it more and more, and it's not just anecdotal. There's employers that cannot fill positions because their folks cannot find adequate housing. And these are the types of housing units that I think will go a long way. In addition, on the MIH, or the Moderate Income Housing Grant, we have written a letter and submitted it to the city in support of that grant application as well for this project. So I would encourage you all to approve this as you obviously work through this in the next 30 days. But I think this will go a long way in helping, quote unquote, break a log jam in this type of housing. It's just unfortunate that we are experiencing supply chain and COVID issues that I think this would go a long ways prior to that. But this is a great start. I would encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown.
Mitch Robinson, Executive Director of the Salina Community Economic Development Organization. I'll get that all spit out. I'm going to be able to do that easier one of these days, but appreciate the opportunity to be here on behalf of the project. I'm not going to repeat everything that Eric said. He did a great job of laying out the issues. I think we all know what the issue is. I just want to congratulate the city on the work that's been done over the last several months with the new housing plan, the development of the new tools that the city will be able to use in terms of the RHID and the industrial revenue bonds and other items that's been brought forward, and will really help and has really brought the attention of the development community here locally and across the state to make Salina more on the map, so to speak, and is bringing more attention to the housing situation here. So again, speak highly of this project, and you'll be seeing me hopefully on the 18th and as this one moves forward, and I'll answer any questions. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Any other comments from the public before I close the public hearing? All right, we'll consider the public hearing closed and take up consideration of the 2 resolutions in front of us. If there are any questions for staff, specifically in regard to setting the new public hearing date, I guess we would start with those if there are any. If not,
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve resolution number 21-7985 and set a public hearing date for the creation of a rural housing incentive district of October 18th, 2021. Second.
we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7985. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. All right, which takes us to action item number 3, resolution number 21-7986. Are there any questions for staff in regard to this action item? I did have one. Full disclosure here. It's not specifically related to this item, but as part of the application, I noticed that it was required that we submit an emergency access plan included in our application. And it kind of takes me back to some previous subdivisions that we've discussed in regard to access road. And I wanted to see if we could get an update maybe in terms of where we're at inventorying our existing access roads for subdivisions and the conditions that they're in and their usability. And my only hesitation here is that I don't want to add to the inventory without understanding what inventory is out there and whether or not they're still usable.
Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify, you're referencing our application for the RHID, correct?
Whatever the application is.
That's in the packet?
That's in the packet.
That's our
with-
RHID application. So
Okay.
all published material includes
Okay.
that emergency access plan.
Okay. Okay. Just in regard to that though, do we have an update on?
We have a compiled inventory. I think the question is, how would you like to go through that? Would you just like it in your packets? Would you like to do a study session?
Speaking for myself, I think just the information in our packets would be awesome. You know, the inventory, the status, confirming that they're usable. I don't know that it merits an entire study session, but I think that it's helpful information to have.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask if there were any other questions.
Well,
Uh,
and that the plan for this project meets our current requirements.
Yeah, as additional explanation as relates to the plan for this project. The reason it was necessitated is we're trying to coordinate the timing of installation of instruction and allowing at the applicant's request construction to begin. Typically, the streets would be in their entirety and then permits would be issued for building. To try to expedite the timing of construction and get these to market as soon as possible, the fire marshal's been tasked with coming up with an access plan that allows for simultaneous construction while maintaining sufficient emergency access while that's happening. And so it's not an RHAD statutory requirement. It's something that we identified as part of the development plan for this particular subdivision.
But you're right. I should have clarified. You're right. It's a component of the development agreement,
Right.
which is the agreement we have with the developers of what will be produced. But the end result is two entrance points, which is the goal. So it does meet our design criteria and will result in 2 entrance points.
Great. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification from both of you. Thank you. Any further questions for staff?
Just one more, if we have questions about waiver of fees, would that be best held until October 18th?
If you
I
have
mean,
any concerns, sharing them now might allow us to be better prepared come October
True.
18th.
Yeah. What's the value of the city waiving the permit fees?
I don't know off the top of my head. We've done an original calculation when they first started doing the project. I think some of our numbers have changed by, $5,000, $10,000. So we had planned to run that when we bring forward the resolution, because it'll go based on valuation and number of units, a couple other things in order for us to get to that. So I need those numbers in order to give you an accurate number,
Okay,
but
I'll
I will
wait.
have that on the 18th.
okay, thank you.
And just speaking to your question, Mr. Sprague, I think wherever depending on how those numbers work out, there may be cause for concern on my part. There may not. So just It is what it is what it is. So, you
Well,
know, in
admittedly,
the
it's a
absence of,
precedent as well.
Yeah.
I expect we'll have more of the same requests for other developments.
thank you. All right, any other questions? And if not, accept a motion to,
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 217986 and approve submittal of an MIH application.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7986. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now, usually we don't have any public hearings, but we get to have two of them today. Now, item 5.2.
Item 5.2, Superior Contracting and Management Services. 5.2A, Public Hearing, Issuance of Industrial Revenue Bonds for Superior Contracting and Management Services in the approximate principal amount of $9 million. 5.2B, Resolution number 21-7987, determining the advisability of issuing industrial revenue bonds and entering into a performance agreement with Superior Contracting and Management Services.
Mr. Sprague.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. As you well know, we've had multiple conversations about this project, Superior Management Contracting and Management Services project, and economic development incentives and what might be the appropriate approach and amount. Those were all helpful and instructive in terms of giving preliminary direction to staff and bond counsel so that we could bring an item back to you today for formal action. So back in July, mid-July, you provided direction that you would be supportive of a industrial revenue bond financing that had the net effect of a 30% tax abatement over 10 years. And so based on that direction then, and with the assistance of bond counsel, we've prepared the necessary action items for your consideration today. Dominic Eck with Gilmore Bell is here from bond counsel to answer any detailed questions. I know representatives of Superior Contracting and Management are here as well. The two things that are on your agenda today are opening, conducting, and closing a public hearing, which is a required element of industrial revenue bond financing, and ultimately passing resolution 217987, which would then initiate that industrial revenue bond process and in the amounts that we've talked about. I would point out that the way this is structured is what's commonly referred to as a buy your own bond financing. So it is an authorization on our part for industrial revenue bond financing. It's a term that's commonly used. It doesn't actually involve issuance of bonds by the city at placing us at any financial risk or exposure. It's really a mechanism to afford them the property tax and sales tax exemptions that we've discussed. So I'll be happy to answer any additional questions that you might have, and I'll be quick to rely on Dominic Eck to answer any detailed questions you might have, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. Before we open the public hearing, are there any questions for either bond counsel or for the applicant? All right, well, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing and call it to order and invite anyone who's here to speak on this item to come forth and ask your questions, share your perspective.
Good evening, Commissioners. Real quick, Mark Millard, Chief Financial Officer of Superior Contracting and Manufacturing Services. Just want to make sure we get our name clear. That M is a little bit off on the wording where we're at today. So Superior Contracting and Manufacturing Services. Really appreciate everybody's help in getting through this. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you. That's all I have to say.
I apologize for the misstatement. I think I picked it up somewhere, but it might be my fault.
Thank you, Mr. Millard.
Mitch Robinson, Salina Economic Development. We're in support of this project. Back when we came, it's hard to believe it was July, but it was, and supporting the 30% abatement the city's providing. And I've been out to the plant, and they've got two great facilities that they're working on, and it's going to be a great addition for the community. So thank you all.
Thank you.
I did quickly review the resolution. It's correctly stated in the resolution, so no need for amendment to make that correction. I apologize.
Good deal. So we won't have to deal with that on the fly. Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment? on this item? If not, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 217987.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7987. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, and we look forward to the expansion and getting updates on that. Good luck. All right, now we're going to be at the consent agenda. I looked at that and I was like, really? All right, consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of August 23, 2021.
Does anyone have any questions or comments about the minutes of August 23rd? And if not, I'd accept a motion to approve.
Mayor, I move we approve the minutes of August 23rd, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of August 23rd, 2021. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes 5-0. Item 7.1.
Item 7.1, second reading, ordinance number 21-11078, unconditionally approving the issuance of general obligation bonds by the Salina Airport Authority for the purpose of financing the cost of certain capital improvements located at the Salina Regional Airport and Airport Industrial Center.
Ordinance number 21-11078 was passed on first reading on August 23rd, 2021. Since that time, no comments have been received. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Are there any questions or comments from members of the public? Not, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve ordinance number 21-11078 on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-11078 on second reading. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Peck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. Item 7.2.
Item 7.2, approve resolution number 21-7984, expressing the support of the governing body of the city of Salina, Kansas to participate in a land water conservation fund matching grant opportunity for the city of Salina.
Mr. Cotton.
Good afternoon, Mayor Hodges, members of the commission. Yes, I'm here today to ask for your support in regards to resolution 21-7984. This support will enable the city of Salina to submit for a reimbursement grant opportunity that will aid in the effort to modernize and reinvigorate Bill Burke Park. As you may or may not be aware, Bill Burke Park is the main youth baseball and softball facility for the city of Salina. It has been 44 years since Bill Burke Park was originally funded, utilizing the same grant process I'm asking you to support now for its revitalization. Through the support of this project, the city may be eligible for reimbursement for up to half of the project costs. This project would add turf to all 8 infields at Bill Burke Park and be in line with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which mentions adding turf to all athletic infields in order to fund a new vision or trend. This is on page 248. Additionally, this project will add lights to field number 2, which will enable all 8 fields to be used as tournament fields and reduce the necessity for tournament promoters to book fields in Abilene, Kansas, as well as here in Salina, due to the fact that there are not enough lit fields in Salina. Lights were added to fields 1 and 8 in 2018, and in 2019, participation numbers increased by 4,366 participants, and estimated economic impact rose from $1,642,199 to $1,748,271. Additionally, the existing concession stand will be renovated, the south restrooms will be renovated, and new restrooms will be added to the north end of the park in proximity to fields 7 and 8. A new central restroom will be located to the south of the existing concession stand and just west of field number 4. One of the caveats to get this grant is that the city cannot start work on the project until approved by the Kansas Department of Wildlife, Parks, and Tourism Grant Program Administrator. The exact amount of funding available will not be known until the annual appropriation from Congress is awarded. The federal fiscal year begins October 1st, so the amount of the allocation is not usually known until late fall or early winter. As this is a reimbursable grant, the city must pay all costs associated with the project as they are incurred. Once complete, the city may request reimbursement for 50% of eligible expenses. The total project cost with the contingency is estimated to be $2,190,327. If awarded the full grant, the city would then be reimbursed for $1,095,163.65. At this time, staff requests approval of Resolution 21-7984, and I will stand for questions.
Questions for Mr. Cotton?
One, unless I'm getting my arithmetic mixed up, would this then delay any work that could be started on these fields this year?
Well, technically, we could start any of the projects that Travis identified earlier that are not part of this grant if we have funding for it. So that's not part of this grant request. The grant request is specific to bathrooms, lights, and turf.
So anything else we could still start?
If we budget for it, yes, sir.
And then I guess I would add, as we learn a little bit more in terms of the timing and get some clarification from the state, we're looking at, can we put the request for proposals out in advance of an answer so that just as soon as we know, we can proceed, but stop short of construction before we know. And so I think our vision for turf in particular is either next spring or most likely get through the playing season and then be ready to hit the ground running just as soon as the spring season's over.
Okay.
Questions for Mr. Cotton? I just had a couple. Do you have any sense for what the typical dispersal is for the entire state? I mean, is this like an ask for like 80% of the funding we receive, or is it?
Yeah, I do not know how much the state's going to be awarded, ma'am. That I do not know.
Any sense of what they've been awarded in the past?
I know that a community, Pratt, Kansas, they asked for a grant and had 4 infields turfed at their complex last year, I believe. So I know that they do it. I just don't know the extent over the overall pot of money where we're going to fall. And the grant may be for a full 50% or it may be 25%. But again, I won't know until they get all the grants, and the grants are due on Wednesday. So I'll deliver these on Wednesday. And then I think we'll get a better understanding maybe of how many other agencies have applied.
We had a similar concern and a similar conversation, and feedback we got from the state was ask for what you need. The response may be we can't do the full amount, but we can do X. And so the feedback we got was don't sell yourself short. Go ahead and make the ask and let us sort it out.
Okay, thank you. And that's good to know. And then my other question refers back to the study session material that we received and the financials that we received in that. Does the figures that we received, does it anticipate our receiving this $1 million in grant funding, or this would be considered a windfall that would then come off of the investment that we had anticipated making?
This would be a windfall that could either come off of that or provide additional funding to tackle more items.
Okay.
But in direct answer to your question, the numbers in the study session presentation
Did not contemplate receiving this money. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Cotton.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions or comments from the public?
I didn't know you were going to ask, but yeah, Carol again here in Salina. While they're thinking about redoing Bill Burke, that is an extremely dangerous entrance and exit when there's bad weather. And I've been caught out there several times, and you can't get the police out there in time to get all the people out there. So while they're thinking about that, they might think about a way to make another entrance or exit if they're going to redo it, as well as the soccer field on Magnolia, same thing, one entrance.
Absolutely.
As you may know, commissioners, there's actually an exit installed over the levee. It has a barricade in it, so it's not open continuously. But in the event of severe weather and closure, combination of parks and police staff facilitate traffic exiting on Crawford as well as getting them out over the levee.
Okay. Okay.
Norman, out of Salina. Did I understand you to say that it's the Fish and Game Department Commission, Gerald Lauber and his commission?
It's the Kansas Department of Wildlife. Yes, sir. They have a grant coordinator that oversees this funding. Yes, sir.
That's Gerald Lauber.
That's not the person that I'm working with. Katie Westerhoff is the person.
Want to come on up,
Yeah.
gentlemen, and have that conversation where I can hear you?
Oh, sorry. But, yeah,
That name's not familiar to me. I'm working with Katie Westerhoff at the Kansas Department of Wildlife.
well, Mr. Lauber is the chairman of the commission.
Could you step forward, Mr. Mantle, a little bit? Thank you.
Gerald Lauber is the chairman of the commission. I know him. I know Laura Quill Sills and the other members of the commission. And their meeting is going to be viral this next week. I had planned on attending this meeting, but we can't go there now. So I will be calling them and ask them who is actually going to be awarding this.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mantle. Oh,
Sherry Harp again. When you said there was another exit on Bill Burke, is that by foot?
No, it looks like it's not on, it's at Bill Burke. It's over the levee to the southwest. It looks like a sidewalk and it has a post in the middle of it.
Mhm.
But in an emergency instance, that post can be removed and vehicles can go across the sidewalk, over the levee and out into the subdivision
Well,
to the
my kids live
southwest.
on the other side. That's a heck of a, I mean, you need a Jeep to go over that. I mean, that is not an exit as far as I'm concerned, maybe by foot. But anyway, I agree. It needs to have an extra exit because I too have been caught there and you can't get your kids out when there's tornado warnings and everything else and thunder and lightning. We're stuck. We're stuck. So.
thank you. We definitely don't want that.
Dalton McDowell, City of Salina. Any way that they could put a storm shelter in at that park if they're putting so much money into it?
That's definitely something to consider. Thank you. Anyone else? If not, I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 217984.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7984. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. But please know that we did hear you about the safety concerns. And that's something that we discussed earlier with our study session. And I think it merits ongoing discussion because we want to keep our children, our players, our families safe. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, we're moving on to the next item now. Thanks. All right.
Item 7.3, agreement and agreement amendments pertaining to Campbell Plaza at Astra Plaza and Wheat State Hospitality transferee and license agreements. 7.3A, authorized guaranteed maximum price contract with Restore Construction regarding Campbell Plaza and Ad Astra Plaza. 7.3B, First Amendment to Wheat State Hospitality transferee agreement regarding project completion date. 7.3C, Wheat State Hospitality License Agreement revised to further address hours of operation and site control by the licensee and utilization of the licensed plaza as an extension of the licensed premises associated with licensee's drinking establishment license for the adjoining restaurant.
Mayor, I'm, in regards to 7.3A, I have a conflict with Restore, and I'm going to recuse myself, but I'm going to look at Mr. Bankston or Mr. Scragg. I don't believe that the transferee agreement or the license agreement involves Restore in any manner.
Not directly. They are both with We State Hospitality. The connection is that Restore Properties is the current owner selling to Wheat State, and Restore Construction is the contractor to improve the building and Campbell Plaza. So I'll defer to Mr. Bankston in terms of the connectivity there and possible conflicts.
If I'm correct, Commissioner, that your concern relates to a substantial interest
With Restore.
correct, then that's the extent of the analysis. And I would not think there was any reason that you couldn't participate in the other two items.
That I
That
cannot.
I would not know of any reason that you cannot.
Okay. Yeah, well, that,
or-
I'm just sort of verifying that with you.
It's a double negative. I believe you can
Yes.
participate.
And
you,
Mayor
Commissioner.
Hodges, I will be stepping out. I do have a conflict of interest on all three, so.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for disclosing that, commissioners. All right.
This feels like deja vu.
It, deja vu all over.
All
again.
over.
Yeah. All right. I'll turn it over to Mr. Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. In light of Commissioner Ryan's recusing himself for one of the items, I may find myself repeating some of this for his benefit later, but I think it'd be helpful for all involved to give you kind of an overview here. So as you may recall, we entered into a transferee agreement with Weed State Hospitality. Transferee agreement is a transferring of rights and responsibilities from our overall master agreement with the master developer as it relates to star bond projects and star bond funding in the downtown. So the transferee agreement was targeted at Wheat State Hospitality's intention of developing 123 South Santa Fe as the Prickly Pear Tex-Mex restaurant. So that set up the authorization by way of the transfer agreement for what they were going to do and the funding that they would receive. It included a completion date, and it was entered into in the spring of this year. It included a completion date of September 1st. Obviously, it's past September 1st and it's not commenced, let alone completed. So that necessitates the amendment to the transferee agreement. Then in addition to the building proper at 123 South Santa Fe, there was interest in having a license agreement and access to Campbell Plaza, which adjoins the building. The building's on the north, Campbell Plaza immediately joins it on the south. So the license agreement was entered into and spelled out the parameters of their ability to use Campbell Plaza, retain a southern pathway, east-west pathway on the south end to allow for continuous connectivity between Santa Fe and the parking lot in the rear. And it spelled out the details of that operation and use by Wheat State and Prickly Pear, while also allowing public access to enter the area, as well as scheduling of the stage in Campbell Plaza by the Prickly Pear, SDI, and others. So now our conversation is we have a little bit more clarity as it relates to ABC's feedback about extending their license onto Campbell Plaza and how that might work. And we have a little bit more clarity about hours of operation. We recognize we could be more clear in terms of how that's communicated in the agreement. And Wheat State, understandably, was very concerned about confirming their authority to tell individuals that are inside that space after hours that they didn't have the right to be there and they needed to leave, much like any other private property owner might on their own property. So that's the license agreement amendment in a nutshell. So the first item that's before you, and I'm sure you recall this conversation, was we had quite a bit of conversation about redevelopment at Campbell Plaza, everything from a request to transfer ownership to what the ultimate conclusion was reached by you three commissioners in light of conflicts previously, of instructing staff to prepare a guaranteed maximum price contract with Restore Construction that kind of rolled to it certainly addressed redevelopment in Campbell Plaza, relocation of the overhead structure in Campbell Plaza to a location in the southwest corner of Ash and Santa Fe. I've taken to referring to that as the Ad Astra Plaza, which may be overly generalistic. We haven't formally named it Ad Astra Plaza, but so the initial request that was before you was your receptivity to entering into a guaranteed maximum price with Restore in light of the efficiencies gained and the coordination gained and the overall benefit. And we had a budget that Restore helped prepare in the first place. We had kind of a scope in that blue sheet and had a conversation with you about the scope of all that work. So coming out of that conversation, you instructed staff to prepare a guaranteed maximum price contract as we discussed, which is what we've done. You'll find that the guaranteed maximum price contract is using using American Institute of Architects templates, which is what we rely on. We've had the opportunity to have city legal counsel review that, confirm its format and the details of that. We've had the opportunity for city risk management to look at it for insurance provisions. And then staff has gone over it in great detail as it relates to scope of the project, making sure that it syncs up with the prior conversation that we had, as well as then the budget numbers continuing to match what we originally discussed. So essentially, the guaranteed maximum price contract is much more complicated. There's a lot of paperwork, a lot of detail there, but it is formalizing the approach that was brought to you previously and that you instructed us to prepare. So no real changes as it relates to the scope and project as it relates to Restore's contracting with us for Campbell Plaza and what I'm referring to as Ad Astra Plaza. Numbers are the same. Scope is called out to be the same. And if you have detailed questions about the contract provisions, I'd be happy to try to answer those. One thing I guess I want to be sure to point out, we included it in the last staff report and included it a second time in this staff report, is a conversation about our purchasing policy and your authority to enter into a sole source selection if you conclude that it's in the best interest of the community. And so staff report includes a bullet point list of the benefits, same list that you saw the last time, and then discusses your delegation of authority, your authority for sole source purchases. And it concludes that while the purchasing policy may not have fully anticipated this particular scenario, it is within City Commission's authority to authorize direct selection of a contractor for a guaranteed maximum price if deemed to be in the best interest of the community. So I would offer to you that you deliberated on all that the last time you reached that conclusion, and this contract's been prepared based on your prior direction. So
So
that leaves
we'll
us
take-
with
so we'll
item
take it in
number
chunks.
A.
We'll Take it in chunks.
Yep. So yes, action item number A would then be whether you wish to authorize entering into the guaranteed maximum price contract with Restore Construction as previously authorized, and authorize the city manager to execute that contract in the amount of $322,367.75 for the purpose of renovating Campbell Plaza, constructing a new stage in the southwest corner of Santa Fe and Ash Street, and relocating the overhead structure from Campbell Plaza to the new stage location as further detailed in the project description and Exhibit B of the contract. Obviously, you can do that. You could do that with amendments. You could postpone consideration, or you could decline to proceed in this manner.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
No, I think this is just where we ended up in our conversation. However many weeks, it seems like months ago, but this is just to move forward and actually get the work done.
Correct.
And the contractor is ready to go.
Yes, I've had multiple conversations with them, trying to coordinate their timing and having their design professional complete this contract so we could get it on your agenda. But yes, I think all indications are they were wanting to start after Labor Day, and this is the soonest we could get it on your agenda.
Yeah, kept driving down Santa Fe saying, wow, it still hasn't moved. Then it occurred to me, hasn't moved because we haven't moved.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, well,
You pump the brakes on that one a
Right.
little bit, Vice Mayor.
yeah, as clarification, coming out of that last meeting where you provided direction in the hallway after the meeting was over, we had very clear conversation about the burdens on the design professional to prepare the contract, and we've been responsive from that date to today. This was our first opportunity to get it on your agenda based on when that draft got finalized.
And just to be clear, if the applicant had so wished, they could have addressed the gaping hole in the side of the building at this point, or done some repairs to the building itself. But this action in no way inhibits their ability to proceed with the renovations that they're going to be doing on the building itself.
That is technically true. A couple of clarifications. To start, and I'm not making excuses for them, but they didn't plan to have to do the extent of work that they ended up doing on that south wall till they tore into it and saw the water damage. And we had planner work as part of Campbell Plaza that was what they offered up as kind of an interrelationship that caused their delay. And the only other clarification is the applicant is Wheat State Hospitality and Prickly Pear. The owner of the building is Restore Properties. The contractor is Restore Construction. So there is a contingent real estate contract where Wheat State Hospitality agrees to purchase the building from Restore Properties once Restore Construction completes the work. So the applicant is not necessarily in control of the timeline. The property owner and the contractor are. And there's one other thought that came to mind as we were talking about all that. So I believe Wheat State, when they addressed you previously, indicated that they didn't feel their business model worked unless we could get the Campbell Plaza aspect of it resolved. So they have held off kind of pulling the trigger until we can get this matter resolved. Having said all of that, nothing would have prevented the building owner from buttoning things up or doing things differently in the meantime.
One more clarification. I thought that ownership of the property was going to transfer before the work was done. So it's going to happen after?
Yes, the contract's executed and it's a contingent contract once the work is completed. So the two things that we have in the license agreement are confirmation that that is in place and financing is in place.
Okay.
All right. Any questions or comments from members of the public? And again, we're just addressing the guaranteed maximum price contract component of this agreement. And if not, I will bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
One question for a motion is all of what's in number one, what needs to be read?
Sorry, I had my microphone off. For the record, I think it would be helpful if you're willing to read that whole thing into the record.
All right. Mayor, do I move all this?
Yes.
Okay. I move that we deem it to be in the best interest of the community to enter into the proposed contract with Restore Construction LLC as previously discussed and authorized the city manager to execute a guaranteed maximum price contract with Restore Construction LLC in the amount of $322,367.75 for the purpose of renovating Campbell Plaza, constructing a new stage in the southwest corner of Santa Fe Avenue and Ash Street, and relocating the overhead structure from Campbell Plaza to the new stage location as further detailed in the contract project description and Exhibit B of the contract.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize a guaranteed maximum price contract with Restore Construction regarding Campbell Plaza and the Ad Astra Plaza. And before we vote, I would just like to say, I've got my fingers crossed on this one. I'm not entirely comfortable doing this, and I feel like I should probably be apologizing in advance to future commissions that may have to deal with the fallout on this. So all that being said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And that motion passes 3-0. And if we could please recall Commissioner Ryan. All right,
you, Mayor.
welcome back. Thank you. All right, we're on to item 7.3B, First Amendment to the Wheat State Hospitality Transferee Agreement regarding the project completion date. Mr. Scragg, if you want to just bring Commissioner Ryan up to speak
Sure.
quickly.
So as a quick recap, we have previously entered into, authorized two things, a transferee agreement with Wheat State Hospitality and a license agreement. And as I'm sure you recall, the transferee agreement is the approach that we take to take the Star Bond Master Developer Plan and assign rights and responsibilities to individual projects. So it sets up, it authorizes funding from various sources, whether it's Star Bond, CID, and then it spells out a project and the details of that project, and we enter into an agreement. So the transfer agreement that we entered into with Wheat State Hospitality for a Prickly Pear restaurant to be located at 123 South Santa Fe included a completion date of September 1st. And obviously September 1st is come and gone and it's not completed. So, and part of that's attributable to all the conversation we've been having about Campbell Plaza in the meantime. They now have a contingent real estate contract in place for Restore Property as the owner to sell to Wheat States once Restore Construction, the contractor, renovates the building and the plaza to their satisfaction. That agreement has a substantial completion date of March 1st of 2022 and final completion date of May 1st of 2022. And then the guaranteed maximum price contract that we just entered into also has a completion date of May 1st of 2022. So the transferee agreement item amends the completion date to reflect that May 1st, 2022 date. So that's your second action item, and I'll stop there. If you'd like me to go into the license agreement, I'd be
Why don't we just go
happy to
ahead
do
and
that.
hit the
Okay.
license agreement?
So
as
then
well?
the other action item that you previously authorized is a license agreement with Wheat State. And as I'm sure you recall, there's a lot of conversation about transfer of ownership of Campbell Plaza and access to Campbell Plaza. The license agreement that was entered into retained ownership, but made provisions for their use similar to sidewalk dining and other instances of Campbell Plaza, allowing for public access, allowing for them to sell alcohol in the licensed area. So as we are wrapping up that license agreement, there are a few things that we recognize that needed clarification. One being the provisions about their ability to have their license extend over the plaza and how that interrelates to other events that might involve alcohol or liquor sales. The hours of operation of the plaza, basically them committing to minimum hours that will be open and available to the public, which then also supports their concern about being able to tell people they can't be in the space once it's closed, having sufficient authority. And there may be a few other miscellaneous items, and I'll look to Mr. Bankston if he wants to elaborate on the liquor license aspects of the changes. But we did provide a red line copy of the license agreement showing the changes for their what I would call administrative, trying to amend the license agreement to reflect what we currently know. So we did add a recital that talks about the execution of the prior license agreement and the information that's changed. We've amended some of the language regarding perimeter fencing, gating, and hours of public access to clarify that the licensee agrees that the plaza will be accessible to the public between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 10 p.m. The city authorizes the licensee to be responsible for ensuring that no persons utilize or remain within the plaza when the licensed plaza is not open to the public. In section B, consumption of alcoholic liquor, subject to preconditions, the licensee obtains and maintains a separately issued sidewalk cafe license agreement. The city authorizes the licensee to utilize the plaza as an extension of their licensed premises. Looks like we had some verbiage changes from has to after, and I think that's the extent of it. Unless I've missed something, Mr. Bankston.
No, Mr. Scragg is being kind. In the initial version, I had frankly misunderstood the intent of the timeframes stated, and this modifies those to reflect what was actually anticipated.
So that's two separate action items. One for your consideration would be authorizing the city manager to execute the first amendment to the Wheat State transferee agreement, and you could approve that. You could approve it with amendments. You could postpone it, or you could decline. Staff recommends approving that amendment. And then the second action item is the license agreement. Similarly, you could authorize the city manager to execute the revised license agreement. You could authorize it with amendments. You could postpone, or you could decline. And once again, staff recommends approval.
Any questions for staff?
Just to make sure that I have it correct. Does extending the restaurant's liquor license basically to the sidewalk area, does that affect unaccompanied minors being able to go in and out of this area during the day? Because this is apparently relatively free access into that seated area for public. Are there any other restrictions on movement of unaccompanied minors?
The conversations that I'm aware of with ABC have been that they are fully aware of the intended approach with an entrance point on the sidewalk. In the past, that was not an option. You had to control access through the restaurant to the sidewalk dining area. That was pre-COVID, pre-drive-through liquor sales, pre-take-home liquor sales. They kind of eased their approach, I guess. But my understanding is both ABC and Wheat State or Prickly Pear as the licensee are aware of what's required in the operational model. I've not personally been in conversations about unattended minors, but my understanding is it'd be similar to an unattended minor in any other licensed restaurant situation.
All right, and I guess it would go back to that controlled access. So if ABC board's okay with it.
Yeah, the one piece of feedback that I got was that the licensee would be responsible for compliance with ABC requirements. So they knowingly are at risk for violations. The conversation was more so if a patron just walked out with liquor, but it's theirs to operate subject to their license requirements.
All right. And the hours for operation have nothing, obviously, I hope, obviously, to do with is it 8 feet? Or
Right,
free
that's
passage?
open
That's open
24/7.
24/7.
And fenced separately, so it's not configured in a way to be restricted.
Okay. That was all. Thank
Any other questions for staff?
I'm, okay. Let's see here. On the proposed timeline, just lost where I was at here. So the proposed timeline also includes the structure being moved to the Ad Astra Plaza.
Correct.
Okay.
In fact, it have to be a base installed to place it on. And that's maybe more detail than you're asking, but the most recent conversation I had with them is I think they do intend to put it on a trailer, temporarily set it aside to allow work in Campbell Plaza and work in the Ad Astra stage area.
So for all the reasons that we had to sort of get this pushed through, the primary reason was while it's on a crane or some sort of lift, we need to have that efficiency and keep moving with it, because where are we going to put it? We have a whole city that we couldn't find a freaking place to put the thing. We got to get this going, and now we're going to set it aside. Also, I had concerns during that meeting about the time frame and how long this was going to take. We were told, or at least a comment was made, well, we have to have this done in 6 months for Wheat State. Now, that would put things, I mean, generously, if the meeting was in July, let's give them August. So that would put the end time basically in January. And now, instead of 6 months, we're looking at 10 months. Just because we're going to account for some unforeseen stuff, basically unforeseen delays that any construction project has. Nobody gets to extend things out 4 months just to account for unforeseen delays. That happens with any construction project. So this is already irritating to me, based on those two things that, you know, a month and a half later, here we are. We had some extraordinary scenarios here that made me feel compelled to go ahead and push this through. And now all my suspicions are seemingly being confirmed, and it is irritating.
And I'll acknowledge that. I'm not necessarily arguing with you or disagreeing. From the city's perspective, as we looked at, if we were going to manage that project, we felt like there was cost added to a contractor to pick it up, put it down, you know, set it aside, or whatever the case may be. Restore, I haven't pressed them on their logic and their pricing, but they most recently indicated that within their pricing, to kind of make up time in terms of being able to work on Campbell Plaza as soon as possible, they were going to put it on a trailer, set it aside, so they weren't delayed by having to build the Ad Astra stage first, so that they could get Campbell Plaza and the building going. The other thing I'd offer you is, from the city's perspective, just being completely frank, I guess, my preference is, there's a lot of value to me to have all of this project management, all of this timeline, all of the responsibility for delays, all the responsibility for, you know, the financial impacts on the applicant because of delays, to be centrally located with one individual, one group other than the city. If we're responsible for Campbell Plaza, I don't know what the timeline is, but we wouldn't be able to move nearly this fast.
Oh, but that could be said for, I mean,
Oh,
that could be
sure.
said for every project.
Definitely, admittedly so. And, you know, turf is a good example at Bill Burke, where that we'd like it to go faster, but it's probably not going to. A little bit of the difference here is the financial impact on the investment and again, maybe I'm being overly frank, but if we stayed in the middle of this project trying to our timelines would never agree. It'd be shifting and reactive, and trying to manage that in coordination with their project is daunting to me.
Whose idea, I guess, was it? And I do understand that there's some, I guess, whose idea was it to, or who brought up a May 1st deadline?
That was me. It could be March 1st, or at least substantial completion could be March 1st. Recognizing our contract with them had a May 1st deadline. And so frankly, again, I was trying to build a little cushion in there if they missed the March 1 deadline.
No, I remember Dr. Mueller making the reference that it has to be done at least in 6 months, because that's when Wheat State, they had to be done for them. So apparently they've talked them into an extension, and now we're granting that. But, and, you know, I don't care if it's March or if it's May, but it's just chipping away a little bit at a time already.
Well, it's not exactly confidence inspiring, if I can just go ahead and share that. And I don't know that there's anyone here from Restore to speak to that, but I think that Commissioner Peck had asked Restore at our last meeting if they'd handled a project of this size or the scope in terms of moving a major piece of equipment like that. And I think some of my frustration with, you know, having that building being open to the elements for at least 2 years. I mean, that building being open to the elements predates the birth of my granddaughter, who's celebrating her 2nd birthday later this week. I have to tell you, I'm just getting a little bit concerned, because at the end of the day, you know what, if they run into some challenges on their own building within their own business model, and I seem to recall Wheat State saying that they needed to be up and running to capitalize on the holiday business trade. I mean, at the end of the day, if it's just all encompassed within their building, and it's not completed satisfactorily. That's one thing. But we're relying on these guys to go ahead and get a new stage set up to our satisfaction. And I'm just getting a little concerned.
Well, I'd like to go a little further than that, just from a programming perspective. I don't know by what date Salina Downtown or whoever else was going to use Campbell Plaza assumed that it would be up and running again. But I would certainly hope they were planning to do something before May of next year. What Restore and Wheat State reach as far as an agreement for completion of the building is between the two of them, but I don't know why the completion date for Ad Astra and the new stage cannot be sooner.
But,
I mean, because if you're going to lift that thing up to move it,
right.
Drop it where it's going to.
So the provisions about lifting it up and moving it and completion date are all in the guaranteed maximum price agreement that you just approved. I apologize if you didn't pick up on that. So these relate to the completion date of their transferee agreement project, the Prickly Pear Restaurant. And to the mayor's point, I don't know what conversations they had about their business model and what adaptations they made, but two things, I guess. Number one, share your concern. We're going to have to oversee and manage the project. There are liquidated damages if they miss the deadline. Not that it'll, recover the cost of the contract, but it should motivate them to meet the deadline. And not just this project, and I don't want to sound jaded, but there are just so many things that are absolutely urgent that come across our desk from development services standpoint. And whenever there's a hiccup, then it's pointed to us as having financial ramifications on their business model. This approach puts that all squarely with them.
But, my approach to that, though, is with all due respect to the business person presenting a proposal, I would like to believe that they've worked that out before they bring it to us. I mean, we shouldn't have to say fix their mistakes, but everyone, it seems like we do a lot of fixing of other people's mistakes, which is, if you can help a person out without injuring us too much, that's fine. But to wait until May for that stage, do you happen to know which page the date? I mean, that may be something which would need to be revisited then.
Page 3, substantial completion, 4.31, subject to adjustments of the contract time. Contractor shall achieve substantial completion of the entire work by the following date, May 1, 2022. And that was their proposed date. I didn't push back on that, trying to accommodate their plan.
So this could be revisited at our next meeting if that were to prove to be a major concern.
Well, I guess
We've already signed the contract.
well, we haven't
reference
signed
it.
it, but yeah, I wouldn't proceed with signing in the interim, but I guess that raises a procedural question, whether you can address it as part of this meeting. And then the practical effect of that is I don't think anything moves forward on the project until you take it back up and make a decision on the guaranteed maximum price contract.
I mean, if they were to come in and give me good reasons why there's just no way in the world that could happen in the next 9 months, that'd be one thing, but it's sort of holding the stage, which is going to be, we'd like to have that, at least I'd like to have that stage up and running, for the spring. I mean, that is going to be a new center of downtown.
So if I may, I'm going to put the city legal counsel on the spot. Number one, we've kind of doubled back to the topic that Commissioner Ryan recused himself for. So, and then procedurally, we need to address if they want to take it up today, how they could do that.
Well, let me just offer a comment though, that to go longer gives them more flexibility. Most of this work is outside and nobody knows what the weather will be. I think that they'll satisfy this in advance, probably by the March type time that we like to see on the contract. But in my opinion, I'll get this out there before you kick me out the room again.
Yeah.
I think we just give them the grace so that it'll be okay.
60 to 90 to 100, even 150 days is grace.
Yeah.
I can't do the math on 9 months.
If we
but
want to
it's-
discuss it further, I think we
Yeah.
need to address.
Yeah, I was
Ryan's
about to-
conflict.
Yes, if the topic is going back to the contract, we do need to have Commissioner Ryan recuse, if that's a word. And I think it's certainly in order, if you wish to go there, to move to reconsider the prior action in this meeting. That I think I'm looking to Mr. Scragg to see if he's of the same mind, that I think that is, if a majority of those of you who participated in the initial action and you're all with the 3-0 vote, you're all qualified to make that motion. If you would wish, a motion to reconsider would be in order if you wish to revisit that topic.
Okay. I won't even look to my left to read body language, but I move to reconsider item 7.3A.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to, reconsider item 7.3A. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And that motion passes. And goodbye, Commissioner Ryan.
And Mayor, if I may, as you probably recall, that the effect of that motion is to take you back to the point where the motion initially adopted was
Under
on the table. So
Under consideration. Okay.
that,
So
that
we don't
motion is
start.
alive
Okay.
as though you haven't voted on it yet.
So if I could add to that, if the concern is the completion date, you could make a motion to amend the contract and specify a date of your choosing. You'd be authorizing the city manager to sign that amended contract. They then would have to decide whether they wish to execute it with that completion date.
Do we need to let this motion die, or?
With the way Mr. Scragg has described, it would be an amendment to that initial motion, which is certainly in order if that's, that would eliminate the need to defeat the current motion and come back with a new one. I think you end up in the same place more readily with the Mr. Scragg's suggestion.
Right, I'll just start conversation. Yeah, my background is not in construction, but I'd certainly like to hear what folks would think would be a reasonable period of time to get the stage at Ad Astra completed.
I mean, my thought is they stood in here and had confidence that in 6 months they would have it done. So if we're looking at potentially moving this to March 1st rather than May, is that March 1st, I guess. That's, an additional, that's 9 months. So we're already granting them an additional 3 months from what they confidently seem to think would have been an appropriate time frame. The other thing is we're throwing them a bone by doing all this anyway. That does not mean that our project gets thrown on the back burner. If anything, I think it should take some level of priority, not priority over necessarily the restaurant, but it ought to be, present in their mind. Hey, we ought to help the city out. They helped us out. Let's make sure we get on this. So I'm surprised there's no representative. But I think that March 1st timeframe is actually doing them a favor.
March 1st would be,
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
that would, just from construction, really, I mean, we don't foresee any reason as far as that property being available and ready to go, et cetera, et cetera.
The biggest
We
variable is
should not
probably
be the holdup.
weather.
Right, just weather, right?
So do we have a motion to, what we need is a motion to amend?
Yes,
And that, does that need to come from me?
would not have to. No.
He can amend his,
Yeah.
own. Okay.
And would I be amending just the part concerning completion of the Ad Astra new stage, which is my major, which is my,
Yeah.
you know, they can take as long as they want with the building, not as long as they want because it's an eyesore in Santa Fe right now, but my major concern is getting our
Right. The
Plaza.
the guaranteed maximum price contract is only for our items, Campbell Plaza, Ad Astra stage. It doesn't pertain to the building. So if you set a March 1st deadline, all the work in Campbell Plaza and Ad Astra would need to be done by March 1st.
Okay. In that case,
Having said that, subject to liquidated damages for each day that they miss the deadline beyond that.
we'd have to amend that contract. I would move that we amend the, bear with me, guaranteed maximum price contract to change the substantial completion date to March 1st, 2022.
Need to allow anything in there about staff.
And I think that works.
Or is that, let me say it's September. This is the basis, October, November. Still 5 months.
Yeah.
So but I think your motion accomplishes what I think you intend. So I probably ought to wait for a second before I.
Second.
Okay, so one other thing I would point out to you is substantial completion is a defined term contractually. It's able to be used for the intended purpose. There may be punch list item, just by definition.
Right.
Substantial completion doesn't mean that there aren't punch list items to be resolved.
So are we all right with substantial completion or do we want final completion? Because I guess those would be two different things.
Substantial. I mean, I want that intersection to look
Mhm,
like it's a real intersection come
mhm.
springtime.
Okay, all right, so, I'm sorry. So
we have
first we
to
vote on the amendment?
Amendment, yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment to the substantial completion date to March 1st, 2022, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And that amendment to the motion passes 3-0. Now do we then vote on the readopting the guaranteed maximum price contract or does that suffice?
No, the original motion is now before you as amended,
Okay,
but it does need to be acted
Okay.
upon.
okay.
It can be discussed further if you
True.
Okay.
like.
I don't have any questions, do you?
I'm ready.
All right,
Okay, Mayor, I move that we authorize a guaranteed maximum price contract with Restore Construction regarding Campbell Plaza and Ad Astra Plaza as amended.
Second.
And Mayor, I'm sorry, just to clarify, I think it was probably helpful to have the motion restated, but the previous motion as amended was before you.
Mhm.
It has now been restated, so you're all the better as a result of that, but hopefully the question is clear for everyone.
Because it was already on the floor. Yeah.
Correct.
okay, so we're good. We're good? Okay, all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes 3-0. And if we could recall Commissioner Ryan to the room again. Welcome back, Commissioner Ryan. We moved the substantial completion date forward to March 1st. was the action that we took for the guaranteed maximum price contract with Restore Properties, just so you're up to speed on where we're at with that. So what does that do to item 7.3B then?
That's the next one for your consideration. The First Amendment to the transferee agreement includes a May 1st completion milestone. So they don't necessarily have to be synchronized. If your concern is wanting to have priority, the city's project to take priority, it could be completed March 1st and you could still impose a May 1st deadline for the rest of the project, or you could amend it as you see fit. But the entirety of the amendment to the transferee agreement is the completion date.
Any thoughts, any questions?
You know, my thought is that the person for whom, well, Wheat, you want to say Wheatland, but it's Wheat State, would exert its own pressure to have this done sooner, I would hope. I didn't think we had any such leverage to get ours done, but I'm not as compelled to change this date as I was for the city's part.
Sense. All right. Any other questions or comments? I can't believe I'm having a blank. I think we opened it up for public comment.
It's one question.
Yeah.
If there was something in the transfer agreement for the restaurant itself that directly involved Campbell Plaza, let's just say they couldn't put the fence up until crazy example, pick the color of the curtains for the windows. Does that one item then fall under the March 1st?
And yeah, if I were pressed to managing that contract, my answer would be you need to accomplish substantial completion by March 1st or be subject to liquidated damages. So my suggestion would be is you make whatever provisional decisions you can about your project so you can keep our project on schedule for March 1.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? We opened it up for public comment on the first part of this item, so I'll open it up for any public questions or comments on the second two parts of this action item, the First Amendment to the Wheat State Hospitality Transferee Agreement regarding the project completion date, and then the license agreement revision to address public access and site control. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this?
Chad Farber, Salina. And I just want a clarification too, to make sure we're understanding this. 7.3A was in regards to the city's aspect of this project, and 7.3B is in regards to Wheat State's project. Is that correct? Is it the entire project or just the restaurant?
Well, yeah, 7.3B is the Wheat State project, which is the restaurant.
Okay.
And
So
yes, you're correct. A is our contract for the plaza work.
okay. So B is not, I'm trying to see whose interest is involved here with A and B. So A is the city's interest with the stage and everything. B is more the restaurant side of it, correct?
Yes.
And I know it's in generalities is what I'm talking about.
No, I'd say that's correct. The transfer agreement, all the transfer agreements include a completion date because it involves incentive financing. So we have an interest in terms of we're providing incentives. We want to see the project get done.
Correct.
But beyond that, yeah, I would agree with your characterization.
Okay. So there is no conflict with having or continuing the May 1st completion date versus the 7.3A where we had the March 1st. Is there a conflict with that?
Well, in that scenario, both of those dates were hit. The plaza work would be done by March 1st, and they'd still be working on the restaurant work until May 1st.
And the restaurant part would not fall under the March 1st
Right.
headline. Okay. Okay. And that makes sense to me. I think that's where you guys are as well. I think the business itself would have its own incentive to get open earlier. But thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions or comments? And if not, I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor, I move to authorize the city manager to execute the First Amendment to the Wheat State Hospitality Transferee Agreement, amending the completion deadline from September 1, 2021 to May 1, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize the city manager to execute the First Amendment to Wheat State Hospitality Transferee Agreement, amending the completion deadline from September 1st, 2021 to May 1st, 2022. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 4-0. Item 7.3C. The revised license agreement. Any questions, comments, or are we ready for action on that?
Comfortable. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
I
Yeah,
did- I
Did
I'm
you
re-
want to take public comment on this one? or-
I
we go
thought
with
I'd
that?
kind of incorporated it with the
Okay.
last one. I hope I did.
Well, Mayor, I'd move we authorize the city manager to execute the revised license agreement with the Wheat State Hospitality Inc. as described.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the revised Wheat State Hospitality License Agreement. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 4-0. Could we recall Commissioner Hoppeck, please?
I think he went and got dinner and came back.
Hopefully he's picking up dinner for everyone, right?
I think he took care of himself.
Welcome back. All right, we're ready for item 7.4.
Item 7.4, consider ordinance number 21-11077 prohibiting public camping.
Chief Nelson.
I am Brad Nelson, Chief of Police. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and fellow commissioners. Recently, I was tasked with researching the issue of camping on public domain, specifically camping sites involving the homeless. These instances of public camping certainly do appear to be on the rise in our community. These sites are often fraught with public health and safety concerns, and rarely are these camps cleaned up when the occupants move on. As you can imagine, those that are located in plain view have resulted in many calls for service from our officers. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation documenting the many instances of public camping we have experienced in the last several months, which I will show you in a few moments. I do want to be clear, if this ordinance passes, it does not criminalize homelessness. Taking enforcement action regarding this proposed ordinance will be the last option for my officers. We will train them and we will educate them that the first thing we will do is to educate the subjects on this ordinance, which prohibits public camping. We will provide them information on the many shelters options available in our community, and we will inform the subject that he or she will need to move on, which is voluntary compliance. That's what we strive for in all our laws that we enforce. As the ordinance is written, it is imperative that the public realizes that this ordinance will not be enforced if there are no shelter beds available that these campers could go to. As mentioned in the blue sheet, I contacted the director of the Salina Rescue Mission in Abbey House to inquire about available bed space. The Salina Rescue Mission and Ashby House are 24/7 operations, providing shelter, clothing, and food to those in need. The Salina Grace Foundation provides winter-only emergency shelter when the mission or Ashby House are at full capacity. As provided in the blue sheet, the capacity for these shelters is as follows. There's 90 beds at the Salina Rescue Mission. That'll be increased to 100 by the end of this year. The Ashby House, which is primarily for families, can provide up to 16 space for 16 individuals. but it will increase to 28 at the beginning of 2022 with the opening of a second facility. And I know that because I met with the executive director to talk about that very topic. The Salina Grace Foundation can house up to 30 individuals. I hosted a stakeholders meeting at the PD on August 12th. I was very pleased with that, in that the majority of the organizations that assist those in need in our community were in attendance. This meeting resulted in several indicating their support for the proposed ordinance. A concern was voiced by one participant regarding emotional support comfort dogs, specifically what would be done with this animal if an individual wished to go to a local shelter. I was happy that a representative from DVAC chimed in who said that they were equipped, that their organization was equipped to house these types of support comfort animals. I was also informed that our own animal shelter would house dogs for free for up to 10 days if that's what was decided to do, if they wanted to go to a shelter and they had a dog. At this point, I would like to show you just a few slides, and these were all, some of these that actually I went out, walked around and looked, and some of them came from officers' body cam, but these are all fairly recent, and a lot of you will recognize some of these, I think, because the ones that come to our attention are the ones that are the most open, most visible. We would start, sir. You can't get good help. Okay. This gentleman, I actually had quite the conversation with him. He was not alarmed. I was talking to him, and he was from Kansas City, and he said that I offered him to take him somewhere, anywhere he wanted to go to shelter, and he did not. He actually was quite happy. I asked him about the cardboard box, and he said that it was just to keep the wind off. That's kind of common, but he actually slept in that cardboard box. That would be a violation under the ordinance, but that's a little bit of a different animal because that's owned by KDOT. So that would be a little bit different situation there. But still, we do have folks in this town that are living underneath bridges. Okay. The top left, I did blur out the face there, but we probably know who that is. But the reason that got so bad there in a public parking lot is because they had so long to be there. The longer they're there, the more they're going to acquire, right? I mean, that person didn't show up with a mattress. There's no way. But the longer he's there, he gets the stuff from the curbs. They walk down the roads and pick up furniture, and they take it back to their campsite. And the reason that's much stuff there is because they were there so long. I think the biggest positive about this ordinance, if you choose to approve it, is the fact that this gives us a tool to move folks along to a shelter or to wherever they want to go, but just not there before they acquire that much stuff. I'll just call it stuff, before they acquire that much property. The Campbell Plaza, that kind of took care of itself. Once Parks and Rec or city put up a fence, that helped immensely. They don't sleep on there anymore. But at one point we had complaints of 11 or 12 people that were actually sleeping on the Campbell Plaza, plugging into the electrical outlets and such. But once the wire mesh went up, that solved that problem. Okay. This was actually last year. That was there for quite a while, and we got a lot of calls on that. It's not the best picture, but it was lifted from a officer's body cam. That's why it looks a little bit distorted. That's right across from the museum, right? And that's like a little alcove there on the sidewalk. And the longer they were there, I don't know, a week or two, but they ended up getting a mattress too. I don't quite understand where all these mattresses come from, but they ended up getting a mattress too. And that caused a lot of calls for service, but literally we do not have a law that violates what that is a violation of. There's nothing we can do. We can tell them to move on, but if they don't want to move on, we can't make them move on. So this ordinance would prohibit that action from occurring. And again, the earlier we can ask them to go to a shelter or to move on, the better chance we have that they won't leave all their property there when they leave. And I recall specifically on this instance, they threw the mattress up in the bushes behind, because I remember seeing that we had to go pick up but the city had to go pick up the mattress after they finally left. Okay. This happens a lot. We have a lot of very nice folks here in the city that want to help people, and I get it. The top left picture is actually private property, and they actually had permission to put stuff there. But in a matter of days, it went from a couple items to that much items. So after he gets all that acquired there, then the property owner decides he doesn't want them there. So they call the police, and we go there and we have to tell the guy he's got to move. Well, he obviously can't haul all that stuff off. He doesn't have any transportation. So he puts it in these corrals, these trash bin corrals, and he also puts it in the alleyway, which no, that's not legal either. But we gave him a matter. I think we gave him 24 hours to get this stuff. We're trying to work with the folks, but we also don't want to take that property as evidence. We don't want to take it into our station. You can imagine what this has as far as most of this came out of dumpsters, to be honest with you. And we don't want to take it to, we would like to take it. We don't want to store it in our police station for obvious reasons. So we gave him 24 hours. He got some of the stuff and then left a lot of it. And then we ended up picking up a lot. The trash came and picked it all up, the remaining. That does happen more often than you think. And again, it's because how long they're allowed to stay in one location. This is, of course, behind the community theater. I don't know how that became so popular, but that became quite popular for the homeless. Kind of a meeting place. And I was very surprised. We could go back one. I was very surprised when these, I don't know if they're lazy boys, but when these chairs started showing up. One day there's one chair, the next day there's another chair. And again, these chairs are coming from curbs, but they are literally hauling them there. And I can fairly assure you that there was no intention to remove them when they leave, but and they didn't. So anyway, that got our attention. And then the next picture is when you look over, you look down from the pier, everything is just being thrown down next to the riverbank. And it was amazing, some of the stuff that was down there that I would hate to be a citizen or a child walking down next to the riverbank and run into this. And so I was walking down there, and it's the next picture. That's the view you get as you're walking down the river. Some of it was actually in the river, what little water there was, but there was stuff in the trees, closing articles. And I walked further on down the path, and it is a path because there's so many people walking down there. And if we go back one, I was very surprised to come across the bottom right. These are actually two different pictures, but the bottom right is actually a person that was sleeping there. And that really surprised me because it was the middle of the day, but, and he talked to me, but he didn't really care that I was there. But he was just sleeping there. And then the top left, there was nobody there, but there was a phone there. There was a box of his clothing, but he wasn't there. I don't know where he was, but that is going on. It's out of sight. So the average person's probably not going to see that, but I'm just trying to show you what that is going on in our city. It's just out of sight. Some of it is. Next picture, please. That may be what, most people think if you think about homeless encampment. That's full blown. That's been there a while, off of Broadway. I just forgot the name of the park. I apologize. That little pocket park. Thank you. It's back there, but it is so deep in there you really can't see it. But the reason they're there because they come out on the picnic tables and then they go back into the woods. But that's city property too. That was a full blown camp. There's no question, and I believe it's still there. Just real quick, that is the actual proposed camping ordinance, and I would like to take the opportunity that there has been amendment as far as number one. It's actually section 17. Greg, help me out. 53. It's 1753, not 1755 in number one, but it's since been amended. Is that correct?
Yeah, you should have found a new ordinance at your seat that has the correct numbering.
So we did change that. We had the wrong number there. I apologize for that, but we did catch it. It has since been amended, but that's the actual camping ordinance itself. We can go to the next slide. And that's just RN as far as enforcement. That was certainly nothing that I wrote myself. It was bothered from a lot. It was lifted from a lot of other ordinances that I found nationwide. It made a lot of sense to me. We're like I said, we're not trying to make it illegal to be homeless, but we're giving them every opportunity to leave, and this will only be used if they won't refuse to leave. Is what it amounts to. Okay, that's the end of the PowerPoint. these camping sites that I just showed you may often interfere with the rights of others to use the areas for which they were intended. For instance, the overlook pier photos that I showed you behind the community center and the riverbanks behind were never intended to be a camping site or a gathering for the homeless. That may be an assumption on my part, but I don't think that was the intention of the overlook pier. The communities that I located that I based the majority of this proposed ordinance on were Lawrence and Wichita. However, I also researched Boise, Idaho, Houston, and Waco, Texas. This ordinance reviewed by city legal will ensure ready and equal access to public property while preserving the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of our community and those visiting. It will also provide our officers with a tool to stop these camps from growing expeditiously if left unchecked. There's no fiscal note for this proposal. And regarding commission action, staff has identified the following options. You can approve it on the first reading. You can approve it with amendments as you deem appropriate. You can postpone consideration of this ordinance and provide me with additional information or direction you'd like me to go. You can approve it on the first reading and provide further direction. That reads like number 3, but actually, or amendments the city commission would like to request for their consideration at the time of the second reading, or you can vote to deny this ordinance. And staff recommends option number 1. Is Chad Young still on Zoom? I guess he's gone. Chad Young is the executive director of the Salina Rescue Mission, and I've had contact with him. He waited 2 hours and he just texted me a few minutes ago and said he couldn't wait more than 2 hours, but he wanted to relay to you that the Salina Rescue Mission supports this ordinance. That was what his text was to me, but he intended to be on Zoom, but I guess the time went too far. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Chief Nelson?
Yeah, I'm not sure if mine are for the chief or if it's for our city at large. I mean, and so don't take these that I'm probably shouldn't be directing them to you, but as I read this, let's say you educate a person, these shelters are available and come back the next day, they're still there. Obviously, there's not much point in giving these folks a fine because if they have money to pay the fine, they'd probably be someplace other than that sidewalk. So what then becomes?
Well, what I'd say to that, we wouldn't come back the next day because or the tool allows us to do everything in our power to get them to move on, voluntary compliance.
Let's just say you have a repeat offender who obviously has made it clear to you he or she is not going to the shelter.
Right, but there's nothing that can prevent that person from going to spot to spot to spot. That's fine. That's just like overtime parking if you want to move your car a foot every 2 hours, right? So there's nothing prevents them from that. But this gives us a tool to, at that precise moment in time, to move them along or face as a last resort being arrested.
Okay, and then the follow-up to that is not directed at you, but to the city. All we're doing is moving them 50 feet at a time. I mean, at some point, no one wants the old NIMBY, not my backyard.
Right.
It's like musical chairs. You move them, but don't let them end up in front of my door. Nighttime comes. So again, this question not directed at you, but
well, I think the public education, but just the fact if this proposed amendment, if it passes, just the fact that we will be telling the folks that you cannot do this. Most of them do not, generally speaking, want to have a relation with us on a daily basis. They just don't. But with that said, the word would get out that you cannot do this. And it's not going to solve homelessness, which is not what we're trying to do, obviously. We're just trying, as far as our community, that they're not allowed to do it at 4th and Iron, where unfortunately I didn't have a picture of that one, where they just pitched a tent at 4th and Iron. I mean, I can't see the average citizen would want tents pitched at 4th and Iron on a daily basis.
So, again, I'd ask the city, where are these folks going to end up? They cleaned up Times Square by moving all the crime to other neighborhoods.
Right.
So it's great for tourists down at Times Square, but it didn't help some other New York neighborhoods.
Well, in a perfect world, they would all go to a shelter and be educated and get a job. But I mean, and I'm not saying it sarcastically. I just don't know what to say to that other than we can only do what we can do as far as the police what our job is. And if our job is not to move on homelessness people, I realize that. But if it's a safety, if it's a health concern, which it is over a period of time, the longer they're there, I think that's where the city has to become involved to move them along. Otherwise, it does become a bigger health issue.
So if they refuse to move along, they're urinating on the sidewalk, just making a general mess. then what do you do?
Well, the urinating on the sidewalk is a separate ordinance violation itself,
True.
so they would be cited for that there. Again, last resort, it's gonna be education. We're not wanting to arrest folks. I can assure you that I hope I'm not speaking for the whole department, but I guess I am. But in my 36 years as a police officer, we didn't want to necessarily arrest homeless people because of what came with the homeless people, taking possession of all their property, all those things. So it's not like we're gonna have a bunch of overzealous cops out there trying to arrest homeless people. It's just when the citizens call us and we come there, and when we do nothing, we get complained on because there's nothing we can do. So this just gives us a tool to move them along or to get them assistance at a shelter is how I interpret this ordinance.
Do we know how many homeless there are in Salina?
Well, is Chad Young on by chance? Okay, once I'm done, okay, I don't want to speak for him, but I asked that very question and his best guess was 40 to 50. But again, there's chronic homelessness and there's, I guess, temporary homeless, but there's different types of being homeless based on how many times you're homeless in one given year and by duration, how long you're homeless is how they classify the homelessness. But that might be a question for Mr. Young when he comes on, but that's what I was told earlier.
And Mr. Young is on, and your mic should be unmuted. You want to talk, Mr. Young?
Yeah, as far as the number of homeless here in our community, we really need to understand that there's different levels of homelessness. And this really is an education piece. So you have people who are homeless who are at shelters. And right now, I would say that there's probably around 150 well, that number might be a little bit high for tonight, but basically about 150 that are sheltered homeless. Then you move into areas where people are either staying in hotels or they are sleeping on couches of friends or family members and so forth. And those we really don't have numbers for, but I would guess that once again, we're talking somewhere in the realm of 50 to 70 who would be finding other forms of shelter. And then when we talk about unsheltered homeless, and this is my best educated guess right now, that we would have somewhere between 40 to 50 that are unsheltered homeless in our community right now.
Thank you. So would the 158 beds between those three agencies would not cover all
Well,
of our need?
so we have enough beds in our community for those who are unsheltered. Right now, the rescue mission's going through a renovation. We've had 76 beds. When we finish our renovation, which hopefully will be finished by the end of the year, we will have 105 beds within our shelter. In addition to that, Ashby House has about 70 beds for all of their sheltering programs. And then you have DVAC, which has about 36 beds in their facility. And then in the wintertime, we operate Salina Grace, and Salina Grace has up to 30 beds over the winter from mid-November to mid-March. The issue we're talking about here is we're providing opportunities. The question is, are those who are on the streets willing to receive the opportunities that they're being offered? And unfortunately, not everybody is ready to receive those services. Some still prefer to stay out on the streets. Some are doing it because they are steeped into their addictions. Others may be because of mental health issues. And of course, there could be various other issues involved as well.
Mr. Young, if I could, when you find out that addiction or mental health is a major contributor to the person's homelessness, how often does that person get directed or accepted into those services that they truly need to get their life redirected?
So as far as getting accepted into services, I don't think we're having a bottleneck at the acceptance side. I think we're having a bottleneck at those being willing to receive services. That's where most of the issues lie. So when we're working with guys at the Salina Rescue Mission, all of our programs are aimed at helping people get out of homelessness, address the main cause, root causes, help them gather stability, and then start working a plan towards independent living. That's not everybody's goal, unfortunately. I'll say it this way. When I struggled for 17 years with addiction. I have a time when I was an addict and I didn't think it was a problem. In my mind, I was just having a good time. I was doing my thing and, to heck with everybody else trying to tell me how to live my life. Eventually it got to a place to where my addictions began to hurt and I wanted change, but I didn't want to be the one to change. I just wanted my circumstances to change. Eventually I get to a place to where, okay, I'm starting to understand I need to change, but I don't know how to change. And that's at a place to where I was starting to become willing to listen to what other people could help me do. And eventually through that, even then, I made many mistakes and relapsed several times before I finally got it right. And that's what we're talking about here. This is not a quick, simple solution, but rather offering services that will walk the long distance with a person to try to help them get back on their own 2 feet. If I were homeless in any community in America, I would want to be homeless here in Salina because we have fantastic services and fantastic agencies. And I'm not just talking about the mission. We have some fantastic helping organizations here in this community. Central Kansas Foundation provides some great outpatient services for those wrestling with addictions. Central Kansas Mental Health does a great job working with those who have mental health issues. Salina Family Health Care does a great job addressing healthcare related issues for those who may or may not be able to pay for them. And so we have a myriad of services here in our community that are available. But the other side of it is the individual has to want those services. And you can't write a city ordinance to make someone want services. So in this case, when Chief Nelson brought this idea to me, I certainly understand the issues that the police officers have. And I appreciate the fact that they don't want to arrest someone for being homeless. What they want to do is try to have an avenue to talk to someone, to give them encouragement, but at the same time say, hey, what you're doing by setting up a camp right here in the downtown area, this isn't going to work. You're going to at least need to pick up your stuff and move somewhere else. But what we'd really like to do is encourage you to get the help you need. Go to the mission, go to Ashby House, engage in the services that there are in our community. And I think that's really what we're all working towards, is trying to start finding more ways to reach out to people and hopefully get them engaged in services.
Thank you. I guess this is just a rhetorical question. Do we know the names of the unsheltered homeless in Salina?
We could.
Because, right now they're just impersonal people in tents. And,
We
truly
know the names of many of them, yes. And we go out every week doing a street outreach program where we're going out talking to people and trying to build relationships. But I don't think it would be appropriate for me to sit here and put out names in this forum.
No, I agree. Just that when there's a name to a face or a tent, at least for me, I tend to be a little more personally involved in trying to help that person.
Then I would say my name is Chad Young, and I used to be homeless and I was an addict, and I am a face that goes along with that. These people that are out there on the streets are no different than me, and they need help. The question is, are they ready for the help today?
Thank you so much.
As this ordinance is written right now, to be clear, if a person wanted to go sleep on a bench downtown in their clothes with no assistance of a blanket or a pillow or anything else, that is fully legal, and we have no, that they can do that. That's not
As
covered.
described, yes, you are correct. There's no log in sleeping. None whatsoever. That's a great question. Yeah. And that's, Lawrence got in trouble for that, sleeping, because people can fall asleep at a bus stop waiting for the bus, and that shouldn't be against the law. And Commissioner Davis, if I could go back to your question, I wish I would have qualified it better about the how many homeless when I said 40, 50. I don't know if I anticipated that question, but there's two types of homeless, and Mr. Young touched on it. But sheltered is homeless person who lives in an emergency shelter or transitional housing. Unsheltered lives in a place not meant to be inhabited, such as cars, parks, sidewalks, abandoned buildings, or on the street. So I was responding to the sheltered part, the 40, the unsheltered 40 to 50s. Where that came
If
from.
a person says they want to go to the mission, do the police officers take them?
Well, risk management would have a say in that in our police cars, so the answer would be no. But we have had conversations about having some type of voucher system for these folks. But again, I think Mr. Young left. They don't take shopping carts full of property either. They have I toured the rescue mission 2 weeks ago because I wanted to just get more involved in this. And they actually have a locker. And if what you bring in doesn't fit in that locker, you don't bring it in. That's how they deal with it. But with that said, it'd be unrealistic for a Lyft or Uber driver to think he's going to haul shopping carts full of stuff with them. I don't know how to overcome that. I don't know what to say about that. But
Do they have any reservations about, let's face it, picking up a person who probably hasn't bathed in how long? You don't know what bugs are
I'm
on.
answering for Mr. Young when I had that exact conversation with him, and he advised they'd never turn down a person initially. Now, their behavior may have got them turned down later on because of what they did, like assaulted staff or something. But initially, he said they've never turned anybody down.
Well, I'm
Their
sorry,
property
as far as the transportation, getting there.
Well, I don't understand your
Oh,
question. I'm sorry.
do our cab drivers willingly pick these people up and take them?
If they're paying, I'm sure they do, but it always comes down to how much do you want to put in the trunk? That's on them, not on me. I don't know what the answer to that is. I apologize for that. But with that, there's always a but. But with that said, if this ordinance passes, they won't have that much stuff acquired, generally speaking, if they just get there and where they're saying you have to move along. There won't be that much sofas and beds and lamps and et cetera if this ordinance passes, because we'd get there before they acquire all that stuff. The longer they're there, the bigger camp it's going to get, is what I'm trying to say. That's been proven over and over.
Yeah, the one thing we haven't necessarily addressed is there are those homeless that choose to be homeless.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's nothing that we're going to be able to do about that.
Having worked in Washington, DC, I don't know if they necessarily choose to be homeless, but they've lost the ability to choose to do anything about it.
That might be
And
a distinction.
I mean, they are just at that far end, and I think Mr. Young framed it beautifully. You know, they know something should change, but they don't see themselves as having the ability to even take that first step. But I understand the gist of what you were saying. So someone with just a sleeping bag, like the guys next to the bus stop on 7th Street, if all they have is a sleeping bag and their blanket, they could just move 100 feet around the block each night and still be there?
Well, by the ordinance, the sleeping bag and the whatever you just, that changes everything because that makes it a campsite in other words. But yes, they could be there. We'd tell them to move. Yes, they could move to a different direction and we could say the same thing, you know. But again, that's typical. That's very similar to the parking issue. If you move it, you move it, move it. I don't have an answer for that, but yes, they could do that. But at least as far as the person who called for service, at least he sees us doing something instead of just leaving that person there and doing nothing about it. But if you recall, I gave the order that we're first going to educate them on what we can offer you as far as community services. I mean, we're going to do everything we can to get them to move voluntary compliance, and only as a last resort will we take enforcement action. That'll be my marching orders to my troops.
One of the first lessons I learned on the commission years ago was don't enact anything you can't enforce. And I just.
Now, hold on. We did enact a smoking ban in parks.
Well, we haven't had the challenge.
Anyway.
But
Yeah.
as far as enforcing without this, you have no way to enforce anything. I mean,
None.
yeah. So
It's just, to
at
me, it's
least
just another
gives-
tool
Yeah.
that we have, another option.
Right. And I see the value of that. I'm just wondering at some point, when you reach the end of all you can do as friendly law enforcement officer, what does enforcement look like?
Well, it could be a notice to appear. It could be an arrest. I mean, again, we can't, if we're going to have a law that's not enforceable, don't have a law, right? So if we can just tell the people, if they can just continue to say no, 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 and we don't do anything, there's no reason to have a law. But the worst, not the worst case scenario, but the most severe thing that could happen would be an actual physical arrest of that subject.
Because that's how to get played out on somebody's website.
Well, but also that point, we've given them 97 options to not be arrested. I mean, there's truly only so much we can do to not have to enforce the law that is been passed. There's only so much we can do.
Unfortunately, people who read those websites don't read the first 96. And again, my comments aren't directed, I understand your character, but you're just in an unenviable spot. Okay.
Any other questions? I just had one really quick one for you, Chief Nelson. While I know that your officers obviously are going to be thoroughly trained on this new ordinance, if it passes, and, do their level best, I think that we had talked about in the past, do we have any kind of a, almost like a social crisis response team if that becomes warranted? I think that maybe you had mentioned that in passing, or when we were talking about, the setting up of the Citizens Review Board or something along those lines. Do we have anything, if any assets, if there is someone who is in an acute crisis where law enforcement might not be, the best means of interaction, that we can bring some other assets to bear?
Right. The answer is no, but the side part of that is it's a work in progress. We're
Okay.
working towards that. We truly are, but there's so many issues, primarily going to be who's going to fund it. I mean, there's a whole lot of side issues, but it is a work in progress, and it's one I support. I mean,
Yeah.
anything we
yeah,
can
yeah,
do
yeah,
to get folks to handle the mental issues
Right.
that not our officers have to do, that's very important. And you mentioned crisis intervention, CIT training. That's one of the first things we did several years ago, just the ability to understand, recognize that person is having a mental health breakdown. That's huge. In years past, we didn't know. We always blamed it on drugs or alcohol, and oftentimes it's not that. But
Right.
we're at least being able to identify that initially instead of automatically jumping to drugs or alcohol. But we're working towards it, but we're not there yet.
Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions for Chief Nelson? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions or comments from members of the public?
Good evening. Hey, I'm Chaz Coberly, Salina, Salina County or Saline County Assistant Attorney and Salina Community Theater Board President. I'm here on behalf of the theater. The theater understands that homelessness is a serious issue, and we support this ordinance only because of all of the programs and education that law enforcement are providing. I've been volunteering at the theater since 2003, and it seems like a couple times every year at least, police are called to go to that overlook pier to handle some situation. We've had situations where young women are accosted, they're yelled at, screamed obscenities at. It's otherwise unpleasant. The theater has 7 main stage shows every year. Each of those have 5 to 8 week rehearsal periods. In addition to that, there are 4 youth shows that have the same length of time. What most people don't understand also is that the amount of classes that the theater has. This semester in particular, we have over 300 enrollments. So in any given week, there are hundreds of people cycling through that building. And that overlook pier is, I don't know, 50, 100 feet away from the back door, the back entrance of the building. And it's been this way for a long time. In fact, I've never been down there. I was startled to see the pictures. I always assumed that the river must be up enough that there wasn't the ability to camp down there. But seeing that there's more space available now than ever, it's unfortunate. Homelessness is unfortunate. But with that many kids, and classes start as young as, I mean, students as young as 3 years old, all the way up through adults. So with that many people cycling through there, and just the history that we've had, perhaps the law enforcement knows the statistics of how many times they're called to the theater every year. We're in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coberly. Any other members of the public that would like to comment on this issue?
Commissioner Chad Farber here in Salina. The issue that we have with homelessness has to strike a balance. I think all of us have compassion inside of us. And we also have love for our community and the beauty of our community. I was listening, Commissioner Davis, as you were asking some of these questions, and the question that was never answered is, where do these folks go? You know, there are some that choose not to go to a shelter. That is the lifestyle they have chosen. And let me preface this by saying I'm in favor of this ordinance. I think it's a tool that law enforcement can use to help move these folks along to different places. But as Chief Nelson said, it's not going to eliminate homelessness. This is not a cure for homelessness. I would love to see more study sessions or more information. Perhaps Mr. Young could help out in this regard as well, as to what opportunities we as a city, be it the citizens, be it the governing body, whatever, what we can do to help these individuals along. And I completely understand what was said. It's not our choice. They have to make that choice. These individuals have to make that choice for themselves. But I would love to see some more on the compassion side of helping these individuals out, in addition to the cleaning up the streets. And realize, as Chief Nelson mentioned, the camping as they add on and add on and add on, it's not just mattresses, it's not just lampstands. We're talking needles, we're talking hypodermics and glass and all these different things that also present a danger to our children and to those who are walking in these areas. So I am in favor of this, but I'd like to see us take this a step further and try to figure out some type of resolution for everybody involved with this.
Thank you, Mr. Farber.
Dalton McDowell, City of Salina. One question I would have, when we go in and clean these out, does the city staff, sanitation, if it's parks, whatever department has to clean all this up, are they given safety equipment like gloves and cut proof gloves and all that type of stuff? I was reading an article and I watched a video of in Skid Row in California, they had a bunch of one of their directors that do homeless outreach. He lost his foot due to the bacteria from the homeless population that he works with. Does our city staff have the proper training on how to handle biohazard type conditions with needles and all that other stuff? And are those needle and all that biohazard stuff, are they disposing those with the regular trash into the landfill? Or are they disposing of them to the wherever you guys contract with for biohazard waste disposal?
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. I think those are good questions for staff to look into, because we definitely want to make sure that we keep our employees safe. I'm sorry, Mr. Coberly, you get.
No, I'm sorry.
You-
There
you-
was a couple typos in this. I just wanted.
Okay, if you could hand those to staff, that'd be great. Any other questions or comments? And I don't think there's anyone online. So I will bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action. And maybe we want to give Mr. Coberly a second here to point out the typos and see if it's anything substantive or if it's something that we can just.
Yeah, if it's acceptable, we can make the revisions between first and second reading. They're
Perfect,
grammatical.
perfect.
With
Perfect.
that, Mayor,
Thank you.
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve ordinance number 21-11077, prohibiting public camping on first reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-11077, prohibiting public camping on first reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. We do not have any development business, and we do have we have 4 executive sessions. And I think it might behoove us to go over how exactly that's going to work. We'll do other business before we go into executive session, but having an acknowledgement that there is a 7 o'clock County Planning Commission meeting in this room. I thought Mr. Scragg, before we lose the audience, could
Right.
go
We,
over.
we can if, as you make a motion for executive session, we indicate where we are going to recess. We can recess into 105, which is down the hall. I think we've met in that room before. And then in speaking with city legal counsel, we can reconvene in 105. So we'll open the door, and if there's any public, they can join us in 105 for public action. And so once we leave here, we'll be in 105, either in executive session or open session going forward.
And just to make it clear to people that are watching, this portion of the meeting from here on out will not be televised because we don't have that capability in room 105. So any action that we take following these executive sessions, while it will be open to the public, it's not going to be broadcast on YouTube, on cable, anything like that.
I'm going to do everything I can to keep it going on YouTube. I think I can do that, but it will not be on cable. So
Okay, great.
We
Good to
should
know.
be good
Good
on
to know.
YouTube.
Good to
If it
know.
all works the way I plan it for it to work.
Okay.
So we
We're
are
gonna-
simply just taking a recess break.
What I would suggest is you go ahead and make a motion to adjourn into executive session. Just indicate that you'll be adjourning in room 105 and reconvening in room 105.
Do any commissioners have items under other business before we move on to the executive sessions? I did just have one thing. I received an email that I think came specifically to me. I will share it with city staff, but it was in regard to a confrontation that happened at the River Festival. And I'm not sure if any of you had seen it on social media. I had not, but evidently there are a couple individuals that appear to have been accosting at least one youngster and have done it in the past in regard to wearing face masks. So I'm going to share this with you, and if you choose to distribute that to the rest of the governing body, that's great. I've got a copy for you here.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And with that, take a motion to go into executive session. How long do you think we'll need for the
Let's
first
try
one?
20 minutes.
20? Okay.
You like that from me, Mayor? I
If-
move the
if-
city commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes. in room 105 to discuss the subject of legal aspects relating to the contract between the City of Salina and Community Access Television, DBA Salina Media Connection, legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 757319B2. The opening meeting will resume in room 105 as well as that 105 at 7:10.
Could we add a 5-minute break?
Thank you.
To get us to 7:15?
And we will add a 5-minute break to that. So we will go into executive session in 5 minutes and then be back at 7:15.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recess into executive session, resuming in room 105 with possible action to follow. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And don't be camping.
Okay.
Okay, we're live back on YouTube, so they're not gonna be able to see everybody or maybe anybody, but if you speak loud, they might be able to hear you.
Okay. All right, we are back in open session and the discussion right now is final settlement terms with Salina Media Connection. And I will turn it over to staff to maybe summarize what we've discussed real quickly, and then we can take it from there.
Okay. So conversations have been ongoing between staff and the city commission and Salina Media Connection and their legal representation. I had communication Friday afternoon, meeting over the weekend, and I think we reached conceptual agreement in terms of settling things. And Salina Media Connection's legal counsel suggestion, they suggested there be a final settlement document prepared by the city attorney for Salina Media Connection's approval. A real quick summary and a real brief summary. We've been working with them to identify equipment that was funded with non-city funds that our current agreement provides theirs. And been working through the documentation of that. Been working through personal declarations of things that people donated or took that were de minimis in value, and have about 5 executed forms for that. Have been working with them about sorting out the fund balance that was on hand at the end of the agreement terminated within June. The fund balance was about $5,291.37. We had previously proposed that rather than doing an accounting as the agreement might provide that documents the sources and uses of those funds, we had looked at about a 5-year time frame of revenue that came from the city and revenue that came from other sources. It looked like 84.5% of the revenue they received over that time frame came from the city. So the proposed approach that Salina Media Connection has since said is acceptable to them is that 84.5% of that fund balance will be returned to the city. So that's $139,671.21, with one caveat, and that is they have demonstrated the equipment in room 107 of this building was funded with grant funds, not city funds, and that's valued at $11,000. So allowing us to keep that equipment and allowing them basically compensation amount $11,000 changes that payment to the city for settlement to $158,671.21. So question of the city commission is that they authorize the city attorney to prepare a final settlement agreement be shared with Salina Media Connection to memorialize the terms that we've come to conceptual agreement on. I know Nancy's here from Salina Media Connection, so I want to acknowledge her and give her the opportunity to correct me if I've got anything wrong.
I think you pretty much did cover everything. Not sure the equipment in the room here, it occurs to me might have been another a little bit more than the 11,000 that was came from county funds.
I would acknowledge it. I think when I totaled it up, it was 11,500 or 700, but the number that got thrown out was to 11.
And yeah.
So
Yeah, and I don't know, do you have anything that you would like to add at this point?
I don't believe so. I think the process has taken longer than anybody really anticipated or wanted. Pleased to be able to move forward.
Any questions or from the commissioners or staff or Ms. Fostermeyer?
Would it be an acceptable, I'm concerned about the historical value of any of the things that you've recorded over the years, different functions and commemorations of different events around the city. Is it possible for us to have something in there that will allow us to copy or have access to those files? I presume you're going to keep all the old videotapes of things like the announcement that Swan was expanding and it's Graves Plaza commemoration, dozens and dozens of community things that would be important to us, I think, the city, to make sure it gets retained historically.
Yes, well, and I'm not real sure about the extent, but I do know that all of those things were captured, I do believe, back afterward, and that there has been conversation about whether things were the library or the.
They do have an archive.
Are those files archived now so that you'd be able to tell what's in? What box to let you- better question.
We also have the 50 boxes of paper copies of files to be gone through. So we will definitely make that a high priority.
I'm so glad to hear that. I mean, obviously, these are historical documents of our community, and I'm so glad that Salina Media Convention is recognizing that, making plans to, first of all, having converted them to, or the majority of them to an electronic format, but also being in conversations with the museum and the library, to take care of those archives for the future.
I'm gonna look to staff. Would that be something that we should, instead of city manager's office, have the museum work directly with SMC to see about getting those? And
We certainly can. I think we need to start with kind of confirming what's there and in what format, and whether there's duplicates or whether there's copy involved. It's apparent to me we need to have a conversation with them about how to archive and what form it's in, and it's going to be the best way to archive it. I think if that's your desire, we can try to factor that into the terms of the settlement agreement. That'll have to come back to you for ratification. Get everything finalized.
I think that'd be a good idea. I mean, there's one shot to capture that information, and this is it.
Any other questions for staff? Any questions or comments from members of the public? I know this is kind of awkward, but it is what it is tonight. We got kicked out of our own.
Yeah, for what it's worth, we are having conversation with the county to identify a different name for their planning commission. They're receptive to that.
I bet they are. Okay, with that, hearing none, I will bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor Hodges, I move that we direct city legal counsel to draft final terms based on the September 13th, 2021 summary of settlement statement we have, along with continued conversations dealing with archived files.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to direct council to prepare final settlement terms based on the September summary we received, and to continue conversations about transfer of archival materials. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Dr. Barnes. All right. That brings us to item 9.2, which is another executive session. And how long do you think we'll?
20 minutes went really fast. I'm thinking 30 in this one.
Mayor, I move the city commissioners session to executive session for 30 minutes in this same room 105 to discuss with defense counsel the subject of the legal aspects of a notice of claim asserted against the city under the Fair Labor Standards Act, Kansas common law, whistleblower protection, and defamation under Kansas law, based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-7319 B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:55.
Motion and second, second to executive session until 7:55. 1:05. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We'll try to get some.
All right, Jacob, let me know when we're ready.
Ready to go?
Oh, all right. We are back in session at the city commission meeting, and we do not have any action to take following item 9.2. So that will move us into item 9.3, which is another executive session.
Mayor Hodges, I move the city commission recess into executive session for 10 minutes to discuss the subject of the legal aspects of potentially engaging defense counsel in relation to pending personnel matters under the purview of the city manager based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which is deemed privilege in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-7319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 8:05.
Motion in a second to recess into executive session for 10 minutes, resuming the public meeting in this room at 8:05 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
I sent Tori an email to find out what's going on. Oh, no, it's normal, man.
Offices are down here where all the meeting rooms are at. Does the county IT down here also on that end?
Little bitty feet. About the size of my hand.
My son wears a size 11, 11 and a half. It's the funniest thing when I'm being around.
Like somebody just cut yours off.
But Jerry, yes, it's not saying that. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That could be a cost.
I don't know what kind of laptop he's got. This has no battery detector.
Well, I can't, so you there's a lot.
It should be about done, right? And then they got one more after that.
You know, I see her in the room now. Where would you put all those batteries? So I can see them into it. Or they could maintain it. They hired somebody to do it.
All right. We are back in open session and we are going to need to extend our executive session for another 10 minutes. Was that what the consensus was?
Mayor Hodges, I move the city commission recess into executive session for 10 minutes to discuss the subject of the legal aspects of potentially engaging defense counsel in relation to pending personnel matters under the purview of the city manager based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-7319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 8:15.
I'm sorry, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Which clock?
Oh,
I got mine going right here.
okay.
That clock.
Now we were in short.
Oh.
That is-
We were fine.
We ran on
I
Any opposed? That motion
Thanks,
passes
sir.
and we'll be
Pass,
back.
pass.
What?
I don't trust any of the clocks in Swain County world.
8:15.
8:15.
17 now.
The other detail is, Ms. Mock,
I've unmuted, so.
All right, everybody, we are back in open session. And we do have action to follow our previous executive session. So I will turn it over to staff to briefly summarize where we're going with this.
The thing proposed is that we engage specialized counsel in the form of Fisher Patterson, Saylor, and Smith to provide representation as relates to personnel matters, and so that's really what's before you as a city commission. If you agree, you authorize me as the city manager to engage them for representation this personnel matter.
Here, would you like a motion?
I was just going to ask, no questions for staff, I'm assuming, and public comment. Are there any members of the public that wanted to?
How much additional money is this going to cost the city?
In place of legal expense that counsel, other city legal counsel. So
I think we need to
one
go
time
through
in place of the others. No, this would be.
Totally separate.
Yep.
All right.
Here, I move the city commission authorize the city manager to offer Fisher Patterson, Saylor, and Smith in relation to personnel matters and this review of the city manager.
Second.
A motion and a second to engage the law firm of Fisher Patterson, Saylor, and Smith in relation to personnel matters under the purview of the city manager. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. All right. Our final executive session of the evening, 10 minutes.
Let's try that.
Try that one.
Didn't sound very optimistic.
Okay. Mayor Hodges, I move the city commission recess to the executive session for 10 minutes to discuss with defense counsel the subject of the legal aspects relating to pending personnel matters under the purview of the city manager based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-7319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 8:28.
And did we want to note that who's going to be in the
Terrell Mott.
Patterson will be in the room, Natalie Fisher, HR director, and Jacob Wood and Greg Benston. Is there a second? Have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 10 minutes. Resuming the open session at 8:28. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Okay, we are back in a public session, open session, and we are going to need to extend our executive session.
Okay, Mayor Hodges, I move the city commission recess to the executive session for 10 minutes to discuss with defense counsel the subject of the legal aspects relating to pending personnel matters under the purview of the city manager based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-7319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at, okay, it's 8:29, what, I can't, 8:39.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to extend our executive session for another 10 minutes, resuming the open session at 8:39. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
We need to retest
Thank you.
He's charging more per hour now, I think. At the better deal.
All right, everyone, we're back in open session and just in time to adjourn. Do I have a motion?
No move.
We adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you. Let's see that.
I will, thank you.